Welcome back, everyone, to the North American Pro League Qualifiers. My name is Dia, and I am joined by Mello. I will say, Mello, our names don't sound as cool together as Tenrek and Tom, so I'm going to go by Mia during this time, and we can be Mia and Mello.
Yeah, Mello,
because I feel like that sounds a little more fun. And I will say, we need to have some serious synergy, because the chaos, breaking down what's happening on World's Edge and Stormpoint, that's going to be the real tough part of this.
Oh, absolutely. Shout out to Tom and Tenrek, just an absolutely spectacular duo taking us through that winner's bracket, which if y'all weren't watching, man, you missed some amazing gameplay, which makes me very excited because we get to cover the follow-up to that. We get to cover the 10 teams that were not able to get a top 10 finish just before, and now have to fight through 10 other teams that are just as hungry, if not more hungry, to fight for those Pro League spots on Monday. So let's go ahead and take a look at the standings, as it were, for that winner's bracket, because there were some very, very close finishes, some very tight storylines. But yeah, anything that stands out to you here? Any big surprises? I know I've got at least 3 on my book, but what you got? What are you seeing?
I tell you what, I'll say what I said to you actually before we jumped on broadcast, and that's that the biggest surprise to me about this leaderboard is how much it changed after the first 2 games. Everything seemed sorted out, and it seemed like very strong teams were quite naturally on top. But by the time we got to the end of these 8 games, we had teams like Blackhand and Slept-On sitting in the bottom 10, Team Diverge up alongside them, and so many of those teams that started off the day really well suddenly sort of fell to the wayside and didn't even make it close when it comes to entering into those top 10.
Yeah, that's an absolutely good point. I think that there were a couple teams that went really big, and maybe it's that clutch factor. Maybe they just realized they needed those points and really started finding their way into better fights or better positions. I will say I did start to notice that some of those teams that knew they were a little bit better at fighting decided, hey, we're low on points. We know how to fight these teams. We've been respecting them a little bit too much. Let's see if we can find some more fights, some more points here. But I think the biggest shock for me is definitely what we see on the right side there. We're going to end up seeing Drug-Free, Slept-On, and Team Smiley. Teams that have been brought down from Pro League are also running into the losers brackets now. So they are well out of time, Dia, to try and prove that they belong back up there with some of the best teams in North America.
And these are those teams that they're going to be competing against in the lower bracket. We've got plenty of squads that lined up, and we're waiting here. And I tell you what, Mello, what we saw in EMEA just this morning was that teams that were waiting in the lower bracket weren't necessarily meant to finish in the lower bracket. You got a lot of talent down here that is ready to go and has taken the time, these 8 games that have happened previously today, to warm up in their own right and aren't suffering from the fatigue that a lot of our squads coming from the winner's bracket are.
And it's a beautiful thing to see so many teams that, if anyone's here a regular to the Challenger circuit, a lot of teams here that we know can perform and perform incredibly well. One that I have to shout out, of course, is the newly signed Rise roster that was actually one of the winners of our Challenger circuit. I believe it might have been the very first one. Yeah, so they're here in the losers bracket. You know that team has the talent. You know that team has the capability to go nuclear in these lobbies, but they're definitely not the only ones. So the pedigree of this lobby definitely cannot be understated. And as you said, there's a lot of nuance to the fact that they're in the losers bracket, right? They got to watch what happened in the winners bracket. They're a little bit better rested. They had more time to study up those teams, see what mistakes they were making just a couple of hours ago, and maybe see if they can find some of the exploits that are going to put them a step above.
And it has to be brought up when we're talking about Rise. They're terrifying from their Challenger Circuit performance alone. They've also changed up their third, and normally when a team changes up their third, you go, well, that's going to be really difficult for them. They're going to have some big growing pains. We already know that Detox and A1s work really well together. Now they're paired with Retzi. They didn't pull some random from out of nowhere. Retzi has been at the top of competitive Apex for a very long time, and while recent history perhaps hasn't been as kind to Retzi, I am hesitant to take away anything from this player. If anything, Retzi's adding a lot to Rise right now.
Yeah, that's definitely a dangerous squad. And shouting out some of the other squads that have made some big roster changes, you have to shout out Sausage Sorcerers there. We see Euban and Funk, who also had a huge performance in our Challenger circuits, now paired with Tech formerly coaching for Sentinels as well. So a lot of pieces of different Sentinels iterations have been spread throughout, and we see that they continue to perform on their respective squads. So is Tech going to bring the heat? Is he going to be that last, IQ bump that Sausage Sorcerers needs to end up on top? Well, we're about to find out, and we're going to start off World's Edge. Dia, I got to ask, you got to check out EMEA. How did the maps compare in terms of how different teams were succeeding? Was there a play style that you saw a little bit stronger on World's Edge? We know some teams tend to really go big on those World's Edge games, but what are your thoughts generally around these two maps? I got to know.
So I do go back and forth. Given the competition this morning, which of course very different from what we have here in North America, I'd start off by saying that Edge wasn't necessarily favored on Stormpoint because we had so many people trying to do it and covering these vast distances. It tended to be what I'll call higher variability there, which is something we typically associate with Stormpoint. Whereas World's Edge, with a lot more teams feeling comfortable playing zone, Edge teams also, by that same quality, had more space to take up and felt a lot more confident on that map. So I'm glad that we're starting off on World's Edge because it lets everybody play in their comfort zone before we get a little bit wild and wacky.
Yeah, and the Stormpoint can definitely feel like the Wild West. I mean, I love it. That's where we've seen some of the teams that really just go crazy and have those huge kill games. That ends up being over on Stormpoint, but we are here, y'all. Thank you guys so much for joining us. We are kicking off game number 1 of the losers bracket for the Pro League qualifier for split number 2. And we had a couple of contests in our winners bracket here on World's Edge. We'll see if they end up shaping out a little bit differently. We saw some flex dropping towards the end as well, which was a little bit strange to see. Definitely what I would err on the side of questionable. It worked out for some teams, but not so much for most of them.
If there's one thing that I really appreciate about the losers bracket, though, Mello, it's that the stakes go so high when we get into these last 8 games. And you've got, as we already talked about, so many teams that are suffering from fatigue, that are working their way through what has already been an 8-game day, working through their second set of it. And the 10 teams that end up at the bottom, they don't just go to losers bracket, they go home. They don't get a shot at Pro League anymore. And with the dream being so close right now, just 2 days away for at least 8 of these squads, I'm really looking forward to finding out which teams have the stuff to make it through these 8 games and the unlimited amount of games that we have at match point tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely. And as excited as I am to be joined here by you, Dia, on the desk, and we get to crown, or not even quite crown, but send off 10 more teams to go fight it out for Pro League. It is a little bit bittersweet that we have to say goodbye to 10 squads, a lot of which we've just been seeing throughout the entirety of this first split. But like you said, the stakes are higher, and honestly, from the little bit that I've gotten to observe, the level of play is also quite a bit higher. I have to say that a lot of the teams seem to have more of a concise game plan, a team identity, just more things that are kind of the hallmarks of the characteristics that we see from teams that are already in Pro League, some of the more dominant squads that we see throughout the different regions. So I think that's important. I think it's critical to notice which teams already are starting to show, the diamond in the rough quality that it takes to be a professional team in Apex Legends.
And especially when you do get to a tournament like this, you're coming out of Challenger Circuit where you might not have known exactly where you'd end up relative to everyone else, and you're making them for fun. People try out Challenger Circuits with their friends, but by the time you get to Pro League Quals, it becomes a reality that this could become your career. You could very well be playing Apex Legends at the highest level, and people dial it in, people take less risks, and in some ways, that does impact teams negatively because teams that we've seen be really confident in the past can all of a sudden start to take a step back, doubt themselves, and sometimes fall short of qualification.
And this is something I definitely don't want to see in this lobby, right? I think we mentioned it a little bit ago, or I was letting you know that I kind of noticed how some of the Edge teams that we know can really 3v3, they were being way too respectful, man. There was a little bit too much respect, a little bit too many missed opportunities that otherwise I think they would have taken and if they weren't in such a high stakes lobby. But I guess we'll have to see if those 3v3s come through for the more aggressive teams. Team Psycho might be one of the first ones to pull the trigger on one of those for sure.
Really nice shots by Dig, as their shields may not be all there, but for a zone-oriented team, at least in this game, it's not how I'd normally classify Team Psycho, but I guess they're going with it now. It's going to be working out really well for them to have that Crypto and Loba for the sustain. However, I am noticing they lack a little bit of staying power in, say, the Watson fence department, where No Name, with both Loba and Watson underneath Big Mod, should have a sincere edge. You've got so much sustain with just those two legends.
And it looks like the fighting is indeed already breaking out very early here. I think these squads realizing that having priority positions on Big Mod is going to be very critical here. So LTC Void is going to go down, and actually Song going down in the process elsewhere on Team Smiley. And it's already so crowded. Yeah, I mean, wow. Gotta shout out all these teams for being willing to rotate so early. But again, that just means that oftentimes a lot of early fights break out.
Missing one from Team Smiley, though, as you pointed out, comes with the big question mark of what they've done with their Pro League experience, finishing off in the last place to move into the losers bracket, and then also being one of our first teams to lose a member here. Their impact is going to be severely hampered in this game, and they may just lose another last one shot on that Valkyrie, and Gambit's going to go down as well, making Team Smiley a rat squad in game number 1 of the losers bracket.
The only smiles here are on the side of Blackhand, who had a really rough winners bracket, to be completely honest. I think for a team that's just been such a staple of the Challenger circuit, right, winning the very last one, but absolutely dominating in so many of them, often in top 3. I believe they had 3 out of 4 Challenger circuits where they finished in the top 3 for the Challenger circuit finals lobbies, which is incredibly impressive. So to see them in the losers bracket at all is a bit of a shocker, and they have, I think, a lot of things to prove here, not just for themselves, but of course for anyone that has been watching these Challenger circuits and is really expecting a lot from that squad.
Yeah, we're looking forward to see what they can do, as Blackhand have gone back and forth as they've developed throughout this season. I was actually talking to Korigami about this yesterday, but just seeing their growth and the way in which Blackhand has shifted from a take-every-fight squad to, with the competitive experience that Cody has brought to the roster, a little bit more of a calculated, we need to take this fight at this time. You're already seeing it with the way they play out this game, is instead of being the team that sits in the center of Big Mod, they've opted into predicting where the zone will pull and sitting behind Big Mod, letting everyone else fight it out for a part of this building. I think it's a really grown-up answer to when you know people are going to be coming to your POI, is sort of let them have it and take the position in the back that might age well, and it's already worked because Blackhand isn't being focused. They're not having to chain fights together, and they aren't putting themselves in that position where there is no room for error anymore.
And even though we saw Team Smiley being the early victims here to Blackhand, it's actually Sausage Sorcerers that is the first team to drop in a game number 1. I did not think I would be saying that, both in that particular team name, but also that placement, 20th place to start. Not the way I expected this one to go. However, there are a couple of names here. We've already mentioned Team Diverge. No Name, definitely another team that I have my eyes on. The Colombian there, Dem Pride, had some success in South America and is now showing up in a big way for a lot of these NA lobbies. Team Diverge had kind of a hot and cold performance. They were, I think, unfortunately the victims of that leaderboard flip that you'd mentioned earlier, right? They seemed to be doing really well. They had some really strong games, some very decent rotates, and suddenly a lot of their game plans started collapsing before them.
So much star power on Team Diverge, though, and the comp experience cannot be underestimated. These players have been around Apex for a very long time, so much so that Team Diverge are one of our only squads to be running a Wraith. Sleepy Panda so comfortable on this legend that this is their pick, even in a meta that largely has not favored Wraith. Even when you are going a little bit off meta, you're going Lifeline in 2023. So the fact that we've got a Wraith here, and they're playing it with confidence, Team Diverge aren't shifting this up a whole lot, does say quite a bit about their way that they're approaching the game, and what we can expect from them in terms of commitments to fights later on. Looking down at the low ground, Team Psycho might be in a fight themselves, and it's with Team Diverge.
Team Diverge finding a spot, an angle to swing in, and they are just protecting themselves behind the white drop shield. Definitely not going to be enough. Team Diverge really only suffering a crack and maybe 50 damage on AJ before Team Psycho is just deleted from the map. And I was just about to comment on their composition, right? Because with that Loba Crypto, I'm not going to lie to you, Dia. If I see a Crypto Loba sitting in a truck early, that team is getting sent immediately, because other than that Crypto ultimate, right, you have very little staying power. Slotting out the Watson means you don't have the fences, you don't have that generator. It really is just so difficult to defend, because all you really have is that Loba loot that you might get from that black market, but really no tacticals, no strong ultimates that are going to help protect you from pushes like the ones we just saw from Team Diverge.
Yeah, we said it was the first thing that we observed about the roster when we had moved ourselves over and saw them holding down that cart, compared them to a lot of teams that were in Big Mod, and I'm really happy to see that Team Diverge have that confidence with them, especially given the way that things have already started for them today. I'm sure they didn't plan on being down in losers bracket, but they've taken that confidence that has gotten them all the way here and run with it. KSP, though, perhaps taking a little bit of overconfidence as they get full sent on the low ground. They are one member away from being taken out completely, and as I say it, there they go. Team Rise claim their first kills of the day.
Yeah, bit off way more than they could chew. Rise is definitely one of those teams I would put in that category of very dangerous 3v3 fighters, and with a decently defensible position, really not a defensive comp, but the way they stacked those R-stars, I mean, the way they held their stairs, it was just the beginning of the end there when TKS started to lose members. So great start for Rise, and they're pretty comfortably sitting right near the edge of ring as well, so not too much pressuring them for the time being, and they'll be sitting pretty with 3 KP to start.
Vengeance up top here. I'm going to be witnesses as two more teams leave us slept on one of them. Unfortunate to say goodbye to them. A very up and down roster throughout this season, but right now they've got to be peaking at the right time, and unfortunately being eliminated just as placement points start to roll in, not going to be doing it for them. Branch on Spaghetti, not going to be doing it for them either. Team Diverge are again taking another fight in these cards, and completely uncontested. Sleepy Panda is eviscerating people. This is what I know Team Diverge for.
That is lovely to see. Team Diverge with the confidence to punish and disrespect the compositions that they know that they can dismantle. Even when this other team slotted in that Watson, it is still not enough. That truck is not enough defense. There are too many different angles for that team to engage. So I love the aggression here from Team Diverge. They've kind of in the past been known as very kind of sit near close to zone and maybe bully teams. Sometimes it works out, sometimes it doesn't, sometimes they get caught out or third partied. But here, where so many teams are trying to hold a defensive line in the middle of Big Mod, they say, hey, paintball is perfectly good for us. We're just going to kill you as soon as you walk up.
TSS take out drug-free meanwhile, and well, we keep whittling down the amount of teams left, which is really concerning when we consider that it's not that far into the game. The pace of this lobby already accelerated, and it does tend to happen at the Challenger Circuit level when teams don't know each other that well. People play very fast and loose, looking for weaknesses where perhaps there are none. But Risen Rose lay in sharp contrast to the rest of the lobby, sitting outside of the ring right now, playing this conservatively and needing to move into Lava City, which, lest we forget, is not going to be inside of the following ring either. Risen Rose have a minute, then the next zone close, and then they've got to book it even further up towards Big Mod.
And we actually got a peek there at where that next ring was pulling in Dia. It is not even Big Mod. It's pulling up towards the North Choke. So all of the teams that are hauled up in Big Mod are going to have to move. Risen Rose has been doing this even in the winners bracket, where they're just sitting very deep in zone and they're just crafting up as much as they can, finding as many good materials and tools to use for those edge team fights. But they often just end up losing on those fights, and we might get to see them turn the narrative around a little bit against TSS, who is looking to get aggressive. Slight shield advantage for that Risen Rose squad, but TSS with a decent disengage here, just going to wait out that ultimate from the Seer.
I'm surprised to see 2 ults used there. That's Bangalore ult and Seer ult, both traded. TSS waiting for their moment to strike. They've already taken out another squad, and Alazur is ready to go, even Rampage in the hands of Hambino, but they also know they've got a really powerful spot, so playing on the more defensive side of things and keeping your eyes out towards the big mod area, and as you talked about, the zone that it's pulling to just a little bit further off into the western side of the ring is going to be really important, as TSS need to look for their chances to impact the rest of the map. The fight here is nice. Clearing your back is nice. Controlling what squads get power positions in the next ring is what will win you the game.
And another reason to once again bring up Team Diverge, right? Because that pull is actually so great for them, right? They were already kind of controlling all of that space over towards Paintball. And now that that ring is actually pulling back towards them means that they just kind of get free shots and free reign. As long as they clear their back over towards the Geyser side, I mean, they can just dismantle teams as they walk in, as well as all of the teams that are sitting big mod right now, hoping that it pulls their way.
This is big, though. Team Diverge are trying to take a fight in the RV that used to be theirs. It's a big sandwich with Vengeance in the middle and Rise and Team Diverge on either side. It is not a position that I envy for Vengeance, and it's not a position they'll be in for very long if either of these squads have anything to say about it. GS Bird takes that last shot, and Vengeance go down, but Team Diverge still have to face off against one of the most terrifying squads in the lobby to take their RV back.
Yeah, and this was kind of an inevitability here. Rise on the outside of the ring looking in. Team Diverge using that Wraith, by the way, to, I think, one of the most optimal situations, right? You don't have to commit to a fight at all. You just kind of have to walk up. You notice that there are shots coming from snipers all around the map, knocking that team right in front of you. You can just walk up, do the damage you need to get a free knock, and Wraith Q right back to where the rest of your team is. It's really great to see. Again, say what you will about that character pick, but when you get the max use out of all of the characters in your composition, there's very little you can knock.
Yeah, I'm very happy with the way that Team Diverge has been playing right now. Even off of the last Challenger Circuit, this is a team that has grown by leaps and bounds, but Rise are not giving them an inch right now. Playing along the edge of the ring, they're going to know how much further they got to move in the next couple minutes. We're pulling from here all the way over into what I'll call the courtyard of Big Mod, that large open area where we've already seen Team Diverge take out 2 different squads in their respective cards. Rise have got to get there, and it's a very tall order, especially when we consider that despite the fact they have Valkyrie, they're likely not Valculting over anyone to try and 50-50 a landing. This team doesn't play like that.
Absolutely not. They know that this is a power position, and if they can fight off this team in front of them, it'll be huge for Rise, their opportunities to win the game. And of course, already sitting on 4 KP, why not tack on 3 more to that list? Awan's already dealing some damage with the Prowler, taking down that Seer ultimate as well, and not really getting tons of value out of that singularity, that black hole, but Awan's takes to the skies to try and find some of the opening damage.
Really interesting, though, that Arcstar didn't connect, and the lack of damage that came through on that Ordnance may just give Rise a false sense of security. They're even shifting their focus away right now. A team has encroached a little too close to them, and you will not get away with it. Retzi eviscerates Team Smiley, and it's right back to business as usual for Rise.
Oh, I love the game plan here, Dia. Oh, Team 1 did not die to our push. Let's just kill the other team. Easy money, easy profit here for Rise, but they are still not in ring, and they are still contending with this Team Diverge in front of them, though it looks like they might have found just enough damage to open up some space here. Now they've taken control of the truck, and they find a knock for their troubles.
Not going to have the ability to pick up their fallen comrade. Team Diverge are going to have to play this out as a duo, if not a solo. GS Bird goes down, and A1's is just unhinged with this Prowler.
That man is shooting that Prowler so unbelievably straight and direct towards the Team Diverge squad. AJ is now down as well, and it seems dang near inevitable that Rise will ultimately pick up the rest of these kills. There is a Wraith port there, but again, still pre-buff, excuse me. 75 meters doesn't get you very far. And honestly, there's barely 75 meters of room to work with on this ring that's about to close here.
I think the fortunate thing, if you are Team Diverge, if you're any squad, is that Rise kind of have their pick of the litter right now. There are so many teams that they can be focusing. They might not pick yours, and that's the one thing that is keeping so many of these squads alive, is that Rise simply don't know where to commit yet. But when that decision comes, it is going to be a deadly one. It will ruin teams' games, and AMV as a duo are just praying that it isn't them.
And even though the zone bounced back and forth like a tennis ball, actually the front, basically just the nose of Big Mod is still left in. So that means Blackhand as well as No Name still have just a touch of space to play, and they have that verticality to work with as well, so they can continue to lay out damage on all of the squads that are sitting, trying to hold onto a fragment of whether it might be a truck over here towards paintball or just a blue wall, a blue fence. Really, all these teams have left to work with right now.
Patience has been kind to Blackhand as they eliminate AMV from the very top of their own POI. Blackhand have reclaimed all of the territory that they once ceded to teams that were going to try and pop in and play zone. They've outplayed them all. They've taken it slow and methodical, and Blackhand are large and in charge over by Big Mod. This is a new roster. This isn't the Blackhand you saw 6 months ago. They have taken their new form, and it may be very close to their final one. Blackhand still have a while to go, though. This next ring will pull them off of this height, and once you drop down on a Big Mod, there are not a lot of places to hide.
5 squads left here in this final ring close. This is a lot more crowded than I expected. I'm not going to lie to you, Dia, but this is very exciting. Blackhand getting a zone gifted to them in a way, but also maximizing that value, which is so critical and it's such an underrated necessity for when these rings go your way. They have 6 kills to their name, a top 5 finish, and are looking for more right now. Rise trying to plan out what the next course of action is going to be. They are going to be forced to walk up, and I think they're already licking their lips looking for that next bit of KP.
I mean, you'll remember when earlier we saw the sandwich between Team Diverge and Team Rise. Well, now it's just between Rise and Blackhand, and Team Diverge are no longer a part of the equation. Taken out right then, Rise now have the opportunity to play on this northern side of the Big Mod buildings. With just a little bit of room left, Blackhand unfortunately have chosen not to scout out their way down and instead try and outlast on this height, something that is not going to work out for them. 25 HP maybe collectively on that squad, and Rise are going to have to shift their focus elsewhere because Blackhand, their story is done for game 1.
Your kill leader right in front of y'all, Detox, Awans, and Retzi, with Awan sitting on 7 kills and a huge ultimate here going down for the Horizon. Detox just destroying this squad in front of him with a Prowler. There's another knock onto Coke as well. It seems Cozy is also catching stray shots on the other side of this fight. The last 2 make that one. Rise, your Challenger Circuit #1 winners, are your Game 1 winners in the losers bracket.
They are back with a vengeance. The fact that they're in the losers bracket is a disgusting disservice to the quality of roster that we've got here. Rise just eviscerated that lobby, and it didn't even look close, Mello.
Oh, that was absolutely foul, and credit to that team taking the fights that they needed, albeit very difficult ones, but that Prowler just looked illegal. For real, that was just an unprecedented amount of damage coming out of Awans, but that whole squad really all together just a perfect unit package to demolish teams in front of them.
Yeah, the way in which they even played that end game fight was second to none. By the time that Retzi had finished with his Tarzan maneuver to take out a whole squad, Detox was already ready for the next one, and you saw it take out Cozy in a matter of seconds. They round that corner, and Prowler's already in your face. You're gone before you know it, before you can calm it. It's just, Rise are on this totally different level, and we talked to them in week 1 about their communication. It's working so well right now.
Yeah, and you mentioned it earlier, right? It's sometimes a little bit weird to slot in a new third, right? You lose a member, you put in someone new, you hope that they mesh well with the team, that y'all are on the same page. And man, they were on the same page. They're going to be on the same page throughout this whole book, it looks like. That was an incredibly impressive performance. And this is just game one, Dia. Remember, there's just 10 squads that make it out of here onto our finals on Monday. So that's all it's going to take. And right now, I mean, in one game, they might have pseudo-cemented themselves for Monday.
You know, you want to be around that 40-point cutoff mark to make sure that you're going to be in the top 10. That's where it's been on average between NA and EMEA, is around that 43 point mark that makes sure that you're inside the top 10 after 8 games. And right now, like you say, pseudo-cemented yourself. You could easily have walked away with a 30-point game given the way that we saw Team Rise performing right now. Now, they do still have, as we talked about, 7 games to go. We saw the standings flip on their head just in the winner's bracket, but something tells me that we won't be seeing such a crazy swap up as to take Rise out of the running.
Yeah, that would be a monumental feat, to say the least, at this point, because I expect this team to continue up. It's a terrifying prospect to think that this is just them getting started, Dia. This isn't even Storm Point, where we expect teams to be taking fights all over the map. That is crazy.
I want to see if we have this. I want to see the Tarzan move again. Watch Retzi. He takes the zip line over and into the zone. He forces an entire team to turn around simply to deal with him. And what costs Retzi his life, it gets Rise a 29-point game. It is a juicer of a game.
That is huge. And I want to give credit to second and third finishes there, but gotta shout out Team Diverge, who it kind of felt like Team Diverge walked so that Rise could sprint. They held that spot, that power spot that was so critical, but in one turn of the seesaw, it suddenly was Rise's game to win in a moment, really. You could have said Team Diverge had that position, and I think they knew it as well, so it's tough to see them go out, but 12 points, not too shabby for a single game. Blackhand also had a great experience there, having the ring pull right their way, and No Name in third, and Cozy rounding out second place, who, again, I'm not sure how exactly they ended up just doing it up and basically getting 1v2'd in that 3v2 scenario. It's pretty crazy to say Rise just owned that game.
10 points, though, is going to be a nice way to round things out for Cozy with the single kill that they got and playing it out as a duo in the end game. It's a lot more than most squads had access to, with a lot of teams dropping a goose egg in the first game of the day. You've got 7 more to make it up, however, and I extend that to a lot of teams as their opportunity to take a deep breath and jump back in. It is real tough on the mental right now, especially for those squads that have come up from the winner's bracket, but you've got to outlast, and we'll be talking about it throughout the course of these next 7 games.
Yeah, speaking of those next 7 games, we will be bringing you game number 2 in a moment. Don't go anywhere. We will be taking a short break, and when we come back, game 2 on World's Edge.
tell you what, guys, we have been so excited backstage that Mello and I haven't stopped talking. We haven't gotten water. We haven't gotten enough to get food. It has just been us talking about last game, and that bodes really well because with game number 2 coming up, Mello, we've got a lot to look forward to. Rise have set the bar high. Can they meet it yet again?
Yeah, and a couple of wake-up calls that seems to have finally come through. Black Hand there, pretty big performance that they definitely needed as, I think, a booster from what was a very difficult winners bracket. So the storylines, they're starting to really simmer. We've got the pot of history and Challenger Circuit and Tier 2 Apex just brewing, waiting to burst with so many fantastic storylines. I can't wait to cover them, but we've got 7 more games. That's insane to say here. 7 more games to enjoy these players playing their absolute hearts out, trying to fight for a spot in the finals and hopefully a spot onto Split 2 Pro League, which would be huge.
And jumping into our second game of World's Edge, I can't help but do the thing that every caster does and start wishing for zones that give teams another opportunity to play things out in a little bit of a different way. I'm thinking specifically of Team Psycho that actually, well, they were funneled into playing zone, got taken down very quickly as a result of it. And even for squads like Black Hand, who I also want to see have that chance to play a more edge-centric play style. They have done really well in game number 1. We lauded them for being able to take over Big Mod Part 2. And yet, I can't help but remember Black Hand really fondly as a squad that was running over teams on the edge, and it was contesting at Big Mod and just fighting all game. Well, this isn't the same squad. While they've got a very different play style now, I'd like to see that element of their previous self still be a strength that they can give us in lobbies like this.
Yeah, and I love that you mentioned Black Hand because I think they're a team that sort of transitioned from let's just fight, let's just run over every team. We know we can beat them in a straight-up 3v3, and this is, of course, also true, especially in the preseason qualifiers where they were, again, under a different roster, but still with a lot of those same elements, that same juice. And it seems now they've transitioned a little more towards more static game plans, a little bit more rotation focus, and I think they do sometimes miss out on some of those opportunities to take those fights that I think they know they can win. And even though they might find themselves closer to the end game, they're getting there with slightly less KP or just getting out-rotated or fought on their rotates outright, which is definitely not where we want to see them.
It's where we now have to focus, given the opportunity to shine. Give me a skyhook zone and let's talk Black Hand, baby. That's where we'll give them a chance to shine. But all we can do is cross our fingers and hope, and the teams are doing much the same thing. You've heard people talk about it quite a bit, I'm sure, being around the competitive Apex scene, but everybody landing in very different spots means that you're also preying on the RNG of that particular zone, whether it be good loot, whether it be the crafters, and so often the beacon that gives you a really big edge in the early game. Whether you be a zone or an edge team, knowing exactly where people are going to be rotating through is going to be super helpful, and beacons determine so much of the coming gameplay.
Yeah, if your POI doesn't have a great rotational beacon, hint, hint, everything in the middle of the map, but landslide in particular, where you don't have any loot and your rotational beacons are a little bit more weak, you have even less opportunity to really find your way into those deep zones. Of course, a lot of people will flex the crypto on that POI where they lose a little bit out on that fighting power in exchange for that added information. But taking a look once again, this is going to be your overall leaderboard here, and yeah, just head and shoulders above right now. Rise looking so fantastic. Such a great sprinting out of the gate type start for them. And I expect that this is probably going to continue, which is bad news for a lot of the teams on the bottom of the leaderboard.
As we said during game 1, didn't even do them the decency of making sure it looked close. Rise dominating, but Black Hand and Team Diverge, they were the centerpieces of our conversation until Rise entered the chat. It was these two teams that were running the area around Big Mod. Team Diverge standing out in a big way. We talked about their usage of the Wraith in this meta, and I was speaking to you backstage about how much nostalgia it gives me to see Team Diverge and Sleepy Panda specifically abusing that legend, because when I saw Sleepy Panda for the first time picked up by RCO in what I think was a Nerd Street tournament. It was him with the Kraber 1v3ing in the RV right outside Lava Siphon. I'll remember it till the day I stopped casting Apex Legends, and it was incredible. Now that he's back, now that I'm seeing that same Sleepy Panda show up, and when his team needs it the most, when they gotta get back to Pro League, I'm getting actual shivers thinking about it, Mello.
Yeah, and I love that you bring that up. That's such a great just story for so many of these players have that sort of history with the game at this point, and they've just been missing out just a little bit short of the mark on getting their shot at Pro League. So to see that, right, to see this team start to excel and really excel in a way that is very much their own, having that team identity is so critical to the success of these players. You see it on display there, and I hope we continue to see that from Team Diverge, as well as a lot of the other squads that have sort of developed their identity throughout the Challenger circuit. Again, Blackhand might be the biggest example. We definitely talk about them a whole lot, but so many names in here that I love to see them succeeding, doing well. So the potential here, definitely not short on that, but whether the execution can come through, that's really what matters here.
Yeah, I was really surprised by the way that, say, teams like Ranch on Spaghetti ended up playing out that game as well. Quite unlucky, one of the squads that got caught in a cart over by Big Mod and unfortunately eviscerated. But the fact is that when we talk about these big brand names like Blackhand, Team Diverge, like Rise, we've also got Ranch on Spaghetti in the lobby. We've got Slept On in the lobby, Riz and Rose as well, and while they may not have been each individual team as consistent as those three, they've also got their own brands of gameplay that we've gotten the chance to see throughout Challenger Circuit, and whether we get to see that again is a really fascinating proposition to me, because while consistency may not be the name of the game for these teams, they can put up big numbers with a single good game.
Yeah, we already saw it there from Rise, 29 points, and that's not even the ceiling here in what is going to be the second game of the Split 2 Pro League qualifier losers bracket. Dropping out of the ship here. I don't believe we saw any big contests in game one, so expect that to continue on out here. But let's see, Dia. Let's see if the Ring Gods will gift you a Skyhook zone. We'll find out here shortly. There is a very heavy presence on the northwest side of the map, though I do have to note. We have Risen Rose that's actually taking up trials. We have Team Diverge, the team that we've talked about so much at this point. And I believe that's going to be Team Vengeance that is also sharing Skyhook with this stack. And that's definitely a lot of squads to be sharing not a whole lot of loot, especially if the Ring did pull their way, though we get to see there from the preview in the top left that will unfortunately, Dia, not be the case.
And a little bit further off to the south, I noticed something interesting about the way Team Psycho were dropping quite early on. Having split their crypto off from the team completely, landing instead by Fragment, Crypto's first move is to throw out a drone and try and get the scan over by Streamer Building. It is an extremely risky move to separate somebody by so far with no loot and try and get that little bit of information. But if anything, it should further emphasize how crucial this knowledge is to teams in the mid-game. Being able to know where the game is headed, what your power positions are going to be, already changed the way that Psycho played game number one. It's going to change the way they play game number two, since they've gone so far on their way to have access to that information.
And don't think that these teams are averse to cheese by any means. I'm definitely looking at that Cascade team once we switch over to Stormpoint, because they also often have to extend very far up north to grab that beacon. And at least in scrims, I've seen more than one occasion where teams are not afraid to send a player there to take the 1v1. If not for the loot, definitely for the pride. Taking a look at the overhead here, in the middle of the map, we have a very interesting zone. Seems to be pulling pretty dang hard over on top directly of Siphon, actually encompassing both the bunker side as well as the open area with the 3 gondola buildings. So this is why you're seeing on your screen right now Buff Pathfinder as well as a multitude of other squads making their way here quickly.
Well, Buff Pathfinder are making good use of this crypto to scout out the center of Lava Siphon, and I'd love to see them hold it down. They also, much like Team Psycho last game, don't have defensive options. When it comes to things like Caustic and Watson that are super valuable inside buildings, they are just out of luck, and should they be pushed by a team, I'd be hesitant to actually hold center of Lava Siphon for that very reason. No Name with a Watson of their own, Watson Loba, as so many teams are favoring actually going into these games. Have their own sustain, but have picked a position that's a little bit more out of the way, if perhaps more likely to receive a zone pull that goes in its direction.
Yeah, and I think a large contributor to that is that I think some of these teams realize that, at least on World's Edge, grenades are king. Grenades are such a dangerous resource, and you can pick a lot of them on your way there, but once they're expended, unless you're lucky enough to find some on the ground or in a death box, you're really not going to be picking up a whole lot of grenades, especially in those really tight scenarios in the end game. So having that Loba there to just keep pulling things like nades, not even just nades, ammo, extra shield swaps. There is some merit, of course, to having the extra resources just at your fingertips. That is, of course, if your team doesn't get pushed in when they realize you have a Loba, though. Certainly helped there by the Watson. The staying power is definitely there. So those teams that are in that zone deep early, they're going to be soaking up resources as much as they can as teams die around them.
Move down into the south over by Tree is a good one, as it saves your team a lot of trouble trying to fight out at Thermal Station, where it is way too late to be for a lot of squads. Asuras must be opting into an edge playstyle, but needed to get that little bit further ahead. Now that they've got a move over Tree, I'd like to see them prioritize the high ground outside of Lava Siphon, perhaps control even a little bit of the low ground if they're feeling really antsy, but at this point, holding over by Tree isn't giving you anything, especially when even positions like those in launch site are available.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of power positions, and that's a very important piece of information that, especially teams that have coaches right now, they have a lot of time spent figuring out where you can bully teams, where you can find those kills just on positioning alone. Even if you're out looted and out rotated, sometimes those spots can kind of play themselves. So if you're well studied, if you know what you're looking for, those situations could definitely be a huge boon and just a KP printing factory for some of these squads.
Team Diverge start to walk up on this. You gotta be worried for the squads in front of them. Sleepy Panda claims another. There is a finish on a kill that was already started by No Name. They're also making their rotation in and should be able to, with this portal, make it pretty smoothly. One of those really nice things about Wraith is that you just avoid so many little bits of damage that you would otherwise take on these rotations. A team noticing you and taking a few pot shots all of a sudden isn't happening so much anymore, and it's going to save Team Diverge a lot of trouble later.
And it's not necessarily trouble that Team Diverge is always avoiding either, right? They're that strange kind of play style that plays somewhere between edge and zone. You see them actually rotating that Wraith portal outward towards the edge of that next zone, and that's because they love to hold those chokes. They love to wait for teams that are too late on the rotate, might not have the best resources. Maybe they just took a fight on their way to walk in the ring, and they can pick up those pieces, pick up that loot that way, and as well as find just favorable fights for them. Here, a little bit downhill relative to where some of these teams are rotating from, Slepton being one of them. And yeah, we're going to see here that the macro knowledge is going to come into play in a massive way here, because look at all of the chokes that are surrounding access to this ring, Dia. I mean, you have north over towards Big Red. You have northeast by Geyser. You have this south launch site side where Tree is completely open and has tons of low ground relative to everything right in front of it to the east. It is definitely not an easy ring to access by any means.
And then you've got Risen Rose, who again are sat outside of ring, this time spotted and effectively gate-kept by Landslide. They don't have that much time to take a different path and are going to have to brute force it through here. We have the privilege of knowing that Drug Free ahead of them have already rotated through, but are absolutely going to camp the ever-living something out of this just to keep one more team out of the end game. We are still at 20 squads. We have lost one player, and that is it, Mello. Teams are playing this slow and steady.
Yeah, and Drug Free here using much of the same macro strategy that they utilized to win that Pro League qualifier earlier in Split 1 that got them into Pro League, and that's to play right between the pinch, right? We see they're really close to where Zone 1 and Zone 2, or sorry, Zone 2 and Zone 3 meet, because they know teams are going to end up rotating here from the outside of Ring, and here we see Drug Free starting to lay down the resources to take out this squad.
Nice jump out by Saucer. It's a surprising thing in Apex Legends. It is a horror game, especially with that wingman in it. Plugged Q bites the dust and Flux right next to him, leaving Risen Rose as a solo in the face of Drug Free, who, if I can be completely honest, are playing like absolute animals right now.
Huge start for them here, finding the damage and the height here is Impulse, and that wingman from both the members is just disgusting. Risen Rose wiped off the face of World's Edge. Drug Free now sitting on 3 KP, and they've cleared out this side for the most part, so that means that they actually get another walk up. Of course, we can see that other teams cannot, but they get to walk in here over towards the next spot where they're eventually going to have to continue fighting, continue picking up KP. It's not easy, but someone's got to do it.
It's a difficult life, I'm sure. Speaking of KP, we saw Slept On a little bit earlier, and I wanted to shout them out for their own performances. We called out Rise in game number 1 for being the winners of the Challenger Circuit number 1, but preseason quals were what put Slept On the map for a lot of people, and in the very first one, they had some incredible games to the tune of 30, 40 kills over the course of the day. Some unhinged stuff, and they have since struggled quite a bit to stay on top. Their highs extraordinarily high. They slay out, leaving no room for doubt. And yet, on the days where they're not fully dialed in, Slept On so often just sort of pass out in the mid-game. You don't get to see them ever really show up for those late games, and it's the curse of Slept On that's haunted them throughout this entire season.
Yeah, maybe a touch of overcorrection, too. I think they had their stint in Pro League, right, where they kind of ran into that high-level macro that it really requires to play at that level, and trying to learn that, as well as trying to come back to some of these lobbies where teams are more willing to give up good spots to fight. It's being stuck between a rock and a hard place here for Slept On, and I think to some degree they've kind of lost that identity that, as you said, made them look so fantastic in that preseason qualifier. So a couple games left for them to maybe revitalize, rekindle that spirit that got them into Pro League in the first place. We'll see if they can make it happen here.
AMV stuck underneath on the low ground. It's Ranch on Spaghetti that are throwing in the damage but aren't committing just yet. Playing real slow and safe is a nice move, especially when you've got a zone gifted to you like this. And Ranch on Spaghetti getting to play this at a little bit of a slower pace is going to let Black Hand slide in underneath and clean up the rest of AMV.
This fight needs to be clean. Black Hand cannot lose members or they will risk the third party. Voltic going down very low, but the hip fire from Kodagami is plenty for AMV to get wiped, and they are almost reset here. It looks like they're not going to stick around for the loot, instead fully disengaging from the spot. Great execution there by Black Hand.
ArcStar just to go fishing. I appreciated that. Everybody saw that fight was happening. No knocks like you called out, and they went, well, will one ArcStar do it? And it didn't. Everybody backs off, and we're all fine. A nice handshake between 3 squads that were all looking at some way of entering that engagement. We get a look at the next ring, though. Continuing to go deep, Lava Siphon, and it looks like Rise are going to be making it there, denying other teams access along the way. Detox around this corner with the Prowler once again, and from above sends down even more hurt. Gonna back off for the moment as Gravity Lift does zone him out, and Rise step onto the back foot for the first time in the loser's bracket.
And look at the way Retsy's anchoring for them right now with that sniper, just trying to hold down that space while his teammates walk up and try and pick up the kills. a little bit risky there. I'm not sure who we saw there in the corner, just randomly getting a big spray onto a member of Rise. So they back off, they disengage. I believe they picked up some value for their troubles there as well. And speaking of teams that I think we needed to see adapt to where the ring was pulling, Rise, we know they like to fight. We know they are very comfortable near the edge. Having this ring pull their way, they're being just proactive enough, just aggressive enough to make sure they're getting value out of that ring, and that is critical if they're going to stay on top.
And while we're on board with them, I've got to call out Cozy for what is now the second game where they've had to play as a squad not completely whole. The mid-game seems to be this team's nightmare, and despite their experience, you're seeing that not being on the same page as 3 individual members, perhaps having different reads on the game, is really coming back to hurt them. TSS, having sat on this bridge for the past 5-10 minutes, now we're going to have to think of a way to disengage from it. Their spots are getting encroached upon, and this is on both sides. BKS, thinking about the push here, got some serious low health bars, and out they go! They do find 2 knocks, and ooh, nope, just the one, soon to be 2 knocks, as there it comes, and TKS find themselves very happy, albeit Turns is out.
Yeah, that is a price to be paid here, and they might continue to pay even more as the squad swings in. But great job here from Kikix trying to fight them out, and actually just going to slide right into that respawn immediately. There's plenty of death boxes on top too, so if Turns can hit the ground, he can hit it running, and he can hit it with some loot. Shout out to Satiability, by the way. That was a huge scan there from the Seer, just a raw Q to find that opening, to find the information that they needed to win that fight.
Void committing down onto the low ground. Great Horizon ult to keep everyone in play, and Asuras are erased. It's like the cotton candy with the raccoon. You put it in the water and all of a sudden it's gone. Same thing happened to Asuras. I'm left here wondering where they went. Void, not nearly so confused, get to retake their height with absolutely no problems.
Yeah, and Void, another sort of sleeper pick here, just sneaking in to these Pro League qualifiers by the hair on their chinny chin chins, to be truthful. And now they have a great opportunity to show what they can do. They've had the successes that I think you'd expect from a great team. And of course, Dia, you've seen plenty of this squad over on Series E. I'm sure you have a lot of things to say, a lot of thoughts on that squad. But all in all, I think that they have that potential. Right? I'm gonna say that word till everyone blocks me on Twitter for it, I'm sure. But it's another team that has that sort of secret sauce that I think just needs the right combination of events to have go crazy.
Yeah, and I think that the best part of commentating in Challenger Circuit and in Pro League qualifiers is that we see teams with so much of that, with just wanting to get the right combination, needing the stars to align just that little bit. And as teams go on, as they play more against squads that are trying to do the same thing, we see those win conditions broaden. Maybe instead of 10 things needing to go right for a team to go off, it's 9, it's 8. The next week, it's 7. And that is the thing that is the most impressive about Challenger Circuit and the teams that it then produces, is how adaptable these squads become as they figure out how to overcome a lot of challenges that teams throw at them. Challenges like the ones that Slept On are receiving right now as they are besieged.
And they actually have some playing on the Caustic, which is, I think, perhaps the only Caustic we have on the lobby, and maybe not something this team that's trying to siege them was expecting. They have some nades to work with. Nice gas setup here as well. They continue to hold the corner of this building and just are not getting sieged by any means. They continue to hold, and they're doing a great job here, and this is causing a lot of distraction for the squad above them. They're burning through resources oh so quickly, and if they can't capitalize on Slept On being here on the low ground, that's going to be a lot of time wasted and a lot of potential for a late game wasted as well.
Now, Sung's traps are coming back off cooldown. The EMP did hurt their economy, so waiting for those next couple seconds may just give you the opportunity as a squad up top to stabilize before the traps become available again, and you see that there's an opportunity to take space. When the KSP, for example, desperately need. Down here on the low ground, they are at the mercy of squads on both sides of this bridge and need to find their way onto the height. In the air, they're not going to be spotted by any sort of seer ult, but they see a Wraith coming out of here, and we know what that means.
This is actually a third-party situation. Yazto finding the early knock onto Team Diverge, and now Sync and the rest of KSP swinging in. Massive aggression here, but it does pay off. Can they reset, though? That is really the question here. They're going to clean up the kills. Sleepy Panda fully having to disengage. Team Diverge will be eliminated, and now Buff Pathfinder gets to capitalize on a potential third-party opportunity of their own, and it looks like KSP might have used that portal to get out themselves.
And of course, looking at this, seeing Team Diverge be eliminated, it's Rise again that come in and take them out. Ultimately, just the bane of Sleepy Panda's existence is this squad that keeps running into them. They have similar reads on how to play these end games, and it is crushing this squad. Team Diverge having a real difficult time, and Rise continuing to farm up as they take out Team Smiley, and Psycho going down as well. 6 squads left.
And makes me think back to that interview you did when they won that Challenger Circuit, Dia, where they just straight up said, we're not here to win the game. We're here to take out the squads that we know need to go down for us to be victorious. So maybe TD is that sort of Achilles heel that they know they can just eliminate to have a great game.
As long as you get rid of that, as long as you wear big boots, you're going to be okay. KSP, unfortunately, are not. Neither are Buff Pathfinder. You talked about Rise focusing them down. They take your advice. We're into the top 3 squads, and Slept On have a great angle into this fight, coming up right behind 2 squads. They've got control over the bridge. They've got a Horizon ult, and they are not wasting a second. That's a stick out there. Slept On are going crazy on this high ground, and Zerbo takes no prisoners. Trying to jump down onto the low ground, does get pushed back by the gravity lift, but bodies are flying. Void is down. That means that Rise are on the hunt. Rise, who have already killed 14 people this game, they're taking it straight to Slept On, and 1 member is down. It could be the beginning of the end. A1s ends up finding a lot of damage, and Rise finish off the kills for their 2nd win in as many games, Mello.
That is just absolutely ridiculous, Dia. They are here taking games, taking names. If I were to try and track all of the squads that this team seems to be targeting and wiping out, I think I'd run out of paper in my notebook. That's just crazy. And the KP seems to be inflating even more somehow. Is there a team that can stop Rise right now? That's, I think, going to be the question for the next 6 games.
After 2 games, I don't think that there's an answer I will give that can satisfy the audience. So I'm just going to say that I'll find out with the rest of you. Rise are performing on another level, and it wasn't just a happenstance game. They didn't walk into that win. They took it by force. We saw the same thing over by Big Mod, but they are large and in charge in these zones, and it does make me wonder. We've been looking at the quality of these games and going, it's improving.
Yeah, there's a lot of squads where we like to see them in like that mid game. Again, there's teams that suffer there every now and then, but yeah, I think teams are playing to their strengths, playing well when they need to, and sometimes you run into Rise and your game's over. I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah, it's quite scary because, like we've touched on, and it's been every once in a while here, but we're sending some of these teams on to Pro League. That's the end result of this tournament. Well, for these 8 games, we're looking at who's going to get to the finals on day. We're thinking long-term about what these guys are going to do on the professional stage. And I look at Rise, and I have no idea what they are going to do to professional Apex, because the question is no longer in my mind as to whether they'll get there.
Yeah, and I think there were some teams in that winner's bracket side that are probably thinking about this team, right, and how dominant they were in their Challenger Circuit win, and just hoping, all right, which teams are we cheering to take out Rise? And right now, none of those teams are doing their job for them. So that top 10 from the winner's bracket is going to have to perform against this squad. And like you said, this might be a preview for some of the Pro League teams to say, how are we going to perform against such a strong squad?
I'm sweating right now, and it's not just because I'm wearing a long sleeve shirt and a beanie. This does not look fun to deal with, and somebody has got to do it. Even Slept on their entry looked really good, and quickly did their game plan fall apart in the face of Rise, who, if I'm reading it correctly, don't even lose a single member in this endgame fight.
That is absurd. 32 points, Dia. I think the only thing that's rising is how many kills this team can get in one game, man. That's insane. That is one game. They almost put themselves, this is, right, let's put this into perspective. That is almost, that is 3/4 of the way to the threshold that you had mentioned for sneaking into top 10, right? The bottom, the cutoff for top 10. They did that in one game. The next closest, not even half the points from Slept On.
I mean, if we keep playing like this, the cutoff for top 10 is going to be like, what, 5 points, just like it is now. Black Hand sitting right there because there are no kills left for anyone else to pick up. We are seeing a ridiculous, if you'll pardon the pun, rise of a terrifying squad. 61 points, more than halfway to 100 after 2 games. This team is built different.
Absolutely. To take from one of the previous casters that we saw in the winner's bracket, Tenrek, a meteoric rise is, I think, what we're experiencing here. 61 points. This team, if we were on to the finals, if this was the finals, if we were on Monday, they're already on match point, Dia. They basically have the world is their oyster. They can find any zone, any game to steal away a match point finals. That is absurd.
Yeah, they are. Well, they're terrifying, and while we've touched on plenty of teams coming up on them now, Slept On and Black Hand still trailing by quite a bit. The question really becomes, of all these 19 teams, who's going to end up taking second? Who's going to take third? Because right now, Rise could leave.
Yeah, I think at this point, really, the podium just has a big old statue of A1s at the top, and everyone else is just going to try and follow suit. We'll see. Again, we saw a big turnaround on the leaderboard, like you mentioned, in the winner's bracket. Are we going to see something even close to that? Well, we're going to find out, but before we get there, another break here, but we roll into game number 3, the third game on World's Edge. Stick around, don't go anywhere.
And we're back, folks. Game number 3 on the horizon, and Mello and I's mentals are decimated moving into game number 3. Yes, mental boom. As Rise have taken 2 games, and we're experiencing on the desk, I can't imagine what the players are experiencing in the games themselves. I want to take another look at that leaderboard to really send home what we're seeing right now.
Yeah, it's really just a spectacle here that we're experiencing. 2 games in 61 points for Rise, and that really isn't the only thing. I think one of the biggest surprises here is that some of the squads that I think had some of the highest expectations are also just kind of getting the short end of the stick and running into that squad consistently, being the ones that end up turned into KP. So to say this leaderboard is top heavy is an understatement of the greatest magnitude at this point.
This team's a goddamn truffulatry is what this leaderboard is. That is ridiculous. Now KSP are the cutoff at a measly 6 points right now for making it into top 10, and we take that, multiply it by 4, which is how many more times we're going to do this, and well, it's not looking like the cutoff's going to be too high. 24, and Slept On and Black Hand, even Team Diverge, very close to pushing up into that area. I'm looking at squads like Cozy and Smiley, though, and it's really standing out to me exactly what you're saying, that there are teams that are getting unlucky consistently, and I would classify Cozy and Smiley as some of them, but they've been blessed not to run into our more dominant squads like Team Diverge, Slept On, Black Hand, and Rise. They've been going out on their own in totally different fashion, but it's at least to let them accumulate some points to put themselves in top 10.
Yeah, Team Diverge has been, I think, that squad that sort of gets the ball rolling for the unstoppable Rise freight train oftentimes. It's because they understand, I think, what that game style ends up looking like. Team Diverge likes to take power spots. They like to hold those chokes. They like to find places where they can get a lot of those kills and bully teams. And sometimes Rise decides, all right, that's not yours anymore. I'm taking it. And Team Diverge hasn't really gotten close to defending that quite yet. We saw it look all right in that very first game. But since then, I mean, if we've said it before, but if former GOW, now Rise Nation, is picking up steam, where does the ceiling go?
Mm-hmm. I'm hoping that it stops, and that's a very weird thing to say as a commentator, but looking at it after 2 games, after the dominant finishes that we've seen going into game 3, I'm hoping they get 50-50. I'm hoping they get unlucky just so that you see somebody else take that step forward and actually have some space on World's Edge. It's suffocating. You can feel it everywhere, almost like caustic smoke. And while we're popping into this next game, we're again going to have a pretty calm early game. The 3-team split like you talked about before. I will say Psycho not having to land so far apart since they've got the beacon right in No Name, but it's all a matter of time, and my breath is held until that endgame circle.
Yeah, not to say we're preying on your downfall, Rise. We're just saying, like, leave some KP for the rest of us. Like, Go craft outside zone for, like, 3 rings or something. I don't know. Something to give them an opportunity, another team an opportunity, rather, to pick up some much-needed points for, the top 9, since the top 10 isn't really a factor at this point. But in any case, we're going over to the bottom left quadrant from the looks of it here, towards Thermal Station, Tree, and Harvester. So again, not a bad zone for Rise, which was definitely the case with that Lava Siphon ending. So depending on where this pulls, they might have more incentive to keep squads out on the southeast, where you see, unfortunately, Black Hand, who has had a decent start, but could definitely have their opportunities trumped by a team like Rise.
Certainly could. And I will say, we'll mention it quite a bit towards the end game. I'm going to try and take a breather and look at what other teams can be doing. Risen Rose, a very strong team coming out of the Challenger circuit, and I'd expected them to have a little bit better of a start in these lobbies. However, given the fact that they're going over by Trials and have a long rotation down, they get the opportunity to play around the outside. There's plenty of areas as you move down through even Lava Fissure if you want to play things a little bit safer as they have, to rotate in without tanking a whole lot of zone damage as they have, because that zone damage has really been biting them.
Yeah, and I think we saw a glimpse of their potential fighting power in Challenger Circuit number 4, where I think Poor and I really gave them a lot of credit, as well as Asura as another team that was doing something similar. But yeah, if you're crafting outside a zone, you have the loot from Trials. It might just be a bit of a symptom of over-looting, right? They don't feel like they have the right loot. They don't feel like they're prepared enough to walk into that zone, even with the breadth of gold items that you're picking up from Trials. And as you said, it's starting to bite them. They're starting to get punished. Those rotates are getting increasingly more difficult, especially with the squads that we have in this field, right? We have teams like Team Diverge. We have teams like Drug Free that love to hold those chokes. They love to hold those pinches between zones. The places where you don't want to see teams where you're rotating late, that's where those teams are.
Now, Drug Free pushed into a little bit of a different play style this time around. They've opted into Harvester and a little bit more zone-centric, shall we say, than last time where they were camping around the edge. It's all about that flexibility, and that's something that Drug Free have in spades. We talk about competitive experience. A lot of these players have been around Apex for so long that people are wondering when their retirement is coming around. They play really well, but after being put into the Pro League qualifiers, can they make it back to that stage?
Yeah, and I mean, there's possibilities here for all of these teams to prove themselves, but on the stakes, like when the stakes are set up like this, when you have sort of that top heaviness that we've talked about already, the pressure can get to you, and these are teams that are battle tested. I mean, they've fought through long multi-day gauntlets of 100+ teams to get here, so or maybe less, maybe somewhere. I think it's close to over 100 on some of the challenger circuits, so they know how to fight out against the long, tough, and passionate field. So they just have to show it here. They have to put it on full display. They have 8 games, 2 extra games on top of the standard 6 that we usually get to see to prove that they belong in Pro League.
Team Psycho. We've been watching their setup for a while here, but you can tell the nerves are really present. Even just the longbow shots to try and zone out squads that are on the low ground. Squads like the Sausage Sorcerers that have just taken, again, no prisoners here. They're looking for a little bit more with this crypto scan and should be able to perhaps push onto that height. But Team Diverge, unfortunately, have lost a whole lot of ground in this early game, and it's got, for the first time, nothing to do with Rise. Their rotation in just a little bit cursed from the beginning, and they've got nowhere to run now.
Yeah, absolutely running out of space, running out of opportunity to recover here. They're going to go ahead and try it once again, but unfortunately, the one thing Sleepy Panda is trying to accomplish is also going to drop his only cover against all of the squads that are looking their way over towards this corner at the juicy KP here. So maybe just going to find a Wraith Q here, maybe just going to try and rat it out for a moment longer. But for the time being, we are just one squad light as ring 1 is about a minute from closing.
Risen Rose, again, late rotate, but this time at least inside the next zone. They've taken that faster move, perhaps gotten their confidence under them, and this could be a really nice game 3 if they can open up that potential that we've already seen from Challenger Circuit and make it something real different here. Slept On, meanwhile, camping around the edge, doing much the same thing, but with perhaps a different intention than Risen Rose. This time looking for kills, as Slept On love to do.
Yeah, and they have the squad to do it, too. They've gone Valkless here, which means that they really don't seem interested at all in finding long-winded rotations, clean rotations. They're looking for a fight. I think this might be the correction that they have to make for a lobby such as this, where they're opting for a little bit more fighting power. You have the sort of flex staying power with the Caustic, of course. If you are able to win a clean fight, it is one of those legends that can definitely help you out defending against a third party, but you need to win the fight first, and I think that's been one of the biggest struggles for that team so far.
Oh god, Sleepy Panda's still in
here.
Oh, he got a Medi. I don't know where he got the Medi, but That's pretty nice. 19 teams left. Plenty to go till you may get into even placement points right now. And Team Diverge holding on to 4th place convincingly, maybe dropping a few spots this game. It's more than likely. Team Psycho still hold up in this corner of Harvester. We'll have a good way to get down from here as the zone will continue pulling us further towards the south. But now I start to look at squads that are sitting on the bridge over by Lava Siphon that have taken an alternate route in from the south to this zone because the pull out of Harvester is going to be very rewarding.
Yeah, absolutely. That bridge can definitely be a power spot that can be abused right now as teams start to find their way in. And that could also be just a huge zone call at this point, knowing that it could potentially end right underneath that bridge. There might be a team that's already taking that RV just underneath it as well. So lots of possibilities here for teams to take up early spots. But teams like No Name may be looking for early fights and early kills that they are going to be on the losing side of from the looks of it. Dem Pride already getting fully thirsted, and the banner has not been recovered.
Really appreciate the wall bounce from Gyozy there. At least we still got the mechanics as we're moving later into the day. The confidence may be shaken, but the hands are steady. No Name are going to have to slow approach this, not even trying for that recovery. There are too many crypto drones, too many scouts. We take a look at the map now, and it's given us what we talked about earlier, the teams from the south. Cozy sitting up on the bridge, Rise approaching Lava Siphon from the high ground, and it's Vengeance that are sieging the center of Lava Siphon right now, with Paps taking a big peek on the inside and looking for a little more. They've got the wide swing from Effiel. Dalt goes low, Paps loses all their shields, but the res is instant, and Vengeance wastes no time taking out Black Hand.
It seemed like that PK shot just blew up the whole team. A big 99 pump and maybe a bit of an overcommit by Efil there, but I mean, the timing there was impeccable. The 3v3 was just going great Vengeance's way. They managed to clean it up, and they're far enough away from that center of the ring that we saw just a little bit ago that they won't really have to deal with a third party at all. So great pickup here for Vengeance. Vengeance, one of those teams that has definitely had to make big adjustments coming into the Pro League qualifier. They were kind of that team that was playing really kind of an edge style and not loving it, and eventually ended up finding a coach that's helping them play a little bit more flexibly, which is critical in lobbies like these.
Especially now when Asura's rocking up on you, take out Satiability and look for just that bit more. Instant deletion of the Seer ultimate. Horizon ult doesn't last too much longer, and Asura's unstoppable on the edge. May just be reaching their peak, but look behind them. It's KSP who take to the skies, and Kind drops down from above, finding Pubsky with the help of eye proficiency, and hopefully finishing off the squad. As KSP lose one, though, perhaps this game has gotten a little bit out of their control. Proficiency and Synced going to run, not even going to try and pick Kind up.
Yeah, that's tough. TKS fending off that squad completely right now. Turns already sitting on a kill. His teammates most likely also sitting on just a couple more. We see there that counter up on the top right. That's 4 KP for TKS already. And this is an interesting spot for them to hold as well, because we talk about teams holding out, clearing their edges. This is definitely an edge that you want to clear if the possibility of a bridge ending is kind of served up on your plate. They're going to be able to pick up Satiability here. They have decent loot. They have the Rampage as well on turns, which is not too shabby to have here. So great play from them, but whether they can transition it into the late game, that's going to be the question that they need to answer.
That certainly is. TKS trying their best to play slow out here, are tanking some zone to make sure they're not the focus, but looking a little further into zone, I see Slept On, who's sitting in second, are the one squad that still have that really solid chance to advance their standing, their points, separate themselves from the pack. We've already lost Black Hand. We've basically lost Team Diverge. There's just one member left. Sleepy Panda out here ratting somewhere. But focus for me right now on Slept On, how far they can push themselves, and whether we see them get all the closer. Rise eviscerating, Detox just committing actual real-life criminal acts on World's Edge.
And look at where A1's is. They don't even need to be stacked as 3. They have 2 members. Retzi and Detox are just sitting on the bottom there. We saw that fight just a little bit earlier, or rather just a hunt for Alzura. They're just vibing. They're going to pick up loot and they're going to come right back. That is... this is bordering on absolute disrespect for the entire lobby here. They're just doing kind of whatever they want. This is Rise's world and everyone else is just living in it.
Yeah, call it what it is, Mello. This is abuse. They're just making this so far from reasonable that teams, honestly, probably struggling for what to do. Ranch on Spaghetti, they've got a target in their sights, though. A nice scout with the crypto drone will give them access to perhaps one more KP if they can find a way to climb up. They've claimed a really nice corner of what will be not just this circle, but the subsequent one. So I'd be hesitant to move too far. But Ranch on Spaghetti do have the opportunity to pick up kills before ultimately they're put to the test.
And it's all but confirmed at this point that this is ending right on top of that bridge. I love these spots that really you can only get away with a Watson, and it's that sort of macro knowledge that really puts teams above a lot of others, is understanding how you can play to your strengths, understanding how to maximize your composition. And sometimes you don't have a great power spot to pick up a lot of kills, but in the case of the Sorcerers they're sitting low ground, they're going to be chilling, they're going to wait for teams to inevitably start falling from the skies at their feet, and hopefully get some kills along the way as well.
Yeah, Cozy looking real nice right now, as their pickups of kills during this transitory stage of the game is really going to be the deciding factor for them. They've got some picked up already. 2, a care package dropping literally right next door to them. You can't write a better game for Cozy, a team that has been struggling in the mid game, to now finally be able to convert. RE45 picked up. That's a real nice boon.
And now the fights are going to finally start breaking out. We see Vengeance stuck in the middle of just the absolute meat grinder that is the eastern edge of the zone. And it includes Rise, which is easily the sharpest blade in that meat grinder right now. Or rather, I think it uses burrs. In any case, Rise doing damage. Rise being an absolute menace. And I think these teams know at this point what team that they're facing up against, and really just praying that something goes their way here. Rise looking to make a push.
A1's, that's disrespect. Pushing much too far, but it still takes down 2. We should never have gotten to this point, and even now, Retzi's not even popping a bat, just fully believing that he can take it as a 2-person squad. Detox and he do disgusting things to Vengeance, but now Void may be punishing them. We may see the first time in today's games that Rise get punished. But Void are playing it so slow, and Retzi's taking this flank in the RB that's making it difficult to approach.
Just goes to show how impossible this team is to kill. Even when they're not on the front foot, they're holding the right angles to continue to press the teams that are trying to find their way forward, trying to find their way to the right angles that they can utilize to kill them. I think all but one member is still left alive on Rise.
That is, at least from my understanding, absolutely correct. We've got very little left, and Retzi, the guy who's holding down the fort right now, that last one alive, but slept on, not looking for the punish on this as they play the bridge and have attracted a lot of attention from Void as well. I am not counting Rise out until I see the notification in the kill feed.
It looks like Void might have drank a big swig of Titan Slayer juice, because, whoa, Rise falls. Let's go. Hate to cheer on a team falling, but we're going to have a new winner, Dia. A brand new winner in game number 3.
And will it be slept on? Will it be Cozy, who are climbing up the rankings slowly but surely? That is an incredible beam out of Zainu. And it might just be what Sausage Sorcerers need to put themselves in this game. They rocket up those leaderboards from 20th to 13th in mere seconds. They jump up again to 10th, and it's one fight that's put them here.
7 kills for Zainu and Co. And this is what we'd mentioned earlier, right? Biding their time, waiting for that correct opportunity, the precise timing to take the fight. They had the high ground there. They have a composition that probably helped out, maybe a bit of an EMP there to break those fences, and they dismantled the squad in front of them.
Slept on low health bars, are playing in a real edge fight. That's a great ultimate, but Sung's got to survive it. Caustic Gas is only going to get them so much. Slept on, don't have a whole lot of entry angles into this fight, and they're relegated to slow heals at this point. Sung unable to get that health back, and with the zone right next door to you, that's not something that you can risk. Syringes have got to be popped now, and Slept on are struggling as two different squads focus entirely on them. On the inside, it's going to be a res as Drug Free get one member back into the game. Impulse has returned. Can Drug Free turn things around, push themselves out of 12th place, and take down the squad currently in second?
Risen Rose seems to have swung from outside zone. Finally, we're going to get to see them maybe thrive here, find some kills, take the right fight. Drug Free doing a great job of defending, though, for the time being. They managed to pick up their member. They continue to hold strong in this last bastion of buildings before what is going to be our final zone. 8 squads left alive, Dia. Who is going to break here? I can probably tell you there's going to be at least one squad going, but which one's it going to be?
This should be Cozy's game. We've seen them up on the bridge so often. We know they have the RE45 to help them out in these situations. But Drug Free playing just at the edge of this rock, have a single squad in front of them before they get to access that fight. Elsewhere on the map, Sleepy Panda's gone down, but you'll notice we've still got the squad in the game. It's Team Diverge are still around, and Slept on are no more. Our second place team out. Risen Rose playing just on the low ground. Team Diverge go down. It's 6 squads left. Cozy still on top, still in charge, but Risen Rose maybe having the game of their tournament.
Tech and the rest of the Sausage Sorcerers swing down to pick up yet another set of KP, this time on a Team Psycho. They are eliminated as well. Cozy holding this height, and it looks like Tech's team has given it up in exchange for that KP. So now Cozy holding strong, but this is actually pulling further out north. This isn't even grounds for anything even close to a heal-off. This is going to be potentially Cozy's game to lose. As you said, they have great positioning. They have the pressure. They have the Bings. Plug Cube goes down to the hand of Viz.
Risen Rose down bad with the Arc Star and the 301 doing enough work. You'll notice that neither of those were full thirsts, though, and Cozy still have a job to do. Sose looking for this side angle, doesn't get it for the moment. The interrupt on the heel going to come through and at least deny that res. You're playing slow as this next zone is sure to force the team under you to apply pressure as well. Sausage Sorcerers going to be the determining factor in whether Cozy make it out of here alive. Just to their left is where we're expecting Cozy to drop down, and Zainu is covering that angle like nobody else.
They don't really have a crypto setup here either to try and make a big EMP play. It looks like they're just going to play it slow for the time being, dropping down that mobile res beacon to try and build just a smidge of extra cover so they can walk out a moment later, just enough for them to eliminate yet another squad or avoid being eliminated. Risen Rose, the next one to go, and now Sausage Sorcerer is capitalizing on the drop down. They get a swing from behind. Look at the positioning from Tech.
Just an animal going into the zone, making sure it's a no-win situation. We've got Sausage Sorcerers from this low ground battling it out up onto the height. Drug Free go down, and we are into the top 2. Sausage Sorcerers, no. Cozy are above them. And I'm wondering what we do here. Do we try and heal up with Vize down on the low ground? That might be Cozy's best bet.
And it looks like Cozy's just opting to swing down. They have this team pinched underneath the rock, even with a member down. That's actually going to end up being a huge boon as an extra bit of cover for them to play. Oi Senpai is going to get off one more shield battery. So's actually going to be doing the same. So it's going to be a 2v2 situation, I believe. I don't know if Sausage Sorcerers has all 3, and it looks like they do. That swing from behind is going to be massive for them. Zainu is down, but Tech and Yugen are plenty healthy, and there is the hip fire finishing off with the Eva. Sausage Sorcerers take down game 3.
That was not what I expected. Sausage Sorcerers have been so quiet. They have shut up and played their game in the third one of the day. Just before we exit World's Edge, they get their chance to shine, and they push themselves up from 20th. Mello, I think they're in like 5th? Something now. They were real close to the top 3, to the top 5, if not the top 3.
Yeah, that is exactly, I think, what they needed to get that train rolling a little bit, because I think before then it was 2 big goose egg games back to back. So for them to bring it back and add a big 2 in front of that 0, huge work from them. And keep in mind, we saw them around Ring 3. They were the bridge trolls of the game. They were just kind of waiting around hoping something would give, but then they got aggressive at the exact right moment. They capitalized on all of the right opportunities. The way that they navigated into that end game was also just a masterclass on how to take something and make it even better. So well deserved from Sausage Sorcerers, and they fly up the leaderboards with that game.
And our teams that were doing quite well going in here, the top 3, all got taken down in the mid game. Well, it's opened things up for pushing yourself back up into that conversation. It has not affected notably one squad. Rise still totally comfortable in their first position. It's still a race for that second place, but we saw chinks in the armor where we didn't before. Rise overextend. They get too confident after their first 2 games, and it costs them a chance at taking game 3. Pushing up, they get capitalized on by Void and slept on. Everyone knows now that when you see Rise showing up, it's time to get aggressive.
It took 2 teams, a concerted effort basically from 2 teams, one of which was effectively third party off of a very ego push, that like uncharacteristically disrespectful attack on a squad. And that's what it took to finally take that team down. Is it the experience of, you know, Retzi added to that roster, just bringing a little bit of cohesion? Is it just the raw fragging power that A1's as well as his teammate in Detox bring to the table? It's hard to tell at this point, because even in the most dire situations, they find a way to bounce back.
In the end game, Sausage Sorcerers separate themselves from everyone else with the way that they navigate that end game, climbing up onto the height, even in the 2 versus 3, a 27-point banger for Sausage Sorcerers. And Cozy, who did rocket themselves up some serious placements in the meanwhile, end with just 15 points, almost half of what Sausage Sorcerers have.
Seems I wasn't familiar with Sausage Sorcerer's game and just how absolutely massive that game was. I did not expect to see 27 points up there, but 15 kills on their way to that dub. They weren't just taking opportunities. They were just taking all of the not even scraps, all of the free KP that seemed to just fall at their feet that they just walked over. It's really crazy to say, especially with the composition that they're running that is characteristically very defensive.
Yeah, it's odd to see how those kills can really impact squads in different ways, because Sausage Sorcerers aren't taking them in the same style as a lot of teams. They're opting into punishing squads that are already in weak positions, so we never look at it and go, oh, that was super stylish, Sausage Sorcerers just destroyed them. It happened only in the end game of our third one of the day, and now we're starting to recognize exactly how they're picking up kills, what their win condition is. It's putting themselves in good positions so that they can walk through squads that are already fighting, that are already weak, that already are in bad positions. And Sausage Sorcerers take that game plan to its maximum in this third game of the day, putting themselves on the radar, and we'll see where they're at in the overall leaderboards.
Yeah, I can't wait to look at these, because there's a couple other teams that started to wake up a little bit. Drug Free was on my radar for sure with that finish that they had in game number 3. They do continue to scrap, but the middle of the field is still pretty congested just in terms of how slim the gap is. In the meanwhile, up at the top of the leaderboard, even getting knocked out early is not even in the top 10. Rise still a full double up on second place Cozy, with Sausage Sorcerers actually just in that game bringing up the rear in third place.
That's from 20th to 3rd, by the way, guys. 20th to 3rd. That's the feat that Sausage Sorcerers were just able to accomplish, and it is amazing. It is just in the nick of time, as we've got one game left on World's Edge.
Yeah, we got one more, and we will be bringing that to you momentarily because it's got to be the spiciest one, right? I think this is the last opportunity for squads to show what they got on what is likely the most comfortable map for a lot of these squads, easily the most studied map in the game of Apex Legends in terms of competitive at this point. And the transition to Stormpoint can certainly be a very rocky one for a lot of these squads. Even teams that are able to fight very well, they don't manage to execute as well on that Stormpoint maps, depending on the change in POI and the change in dynamics. But in any case, we'll find out here shortly. One more game of World's Edge. Stick around, don't go anywhere, and we'll catch you after a short break.
The NA Pro League qualifiers, they simply don't quit, Mello, and we are just about to rock up on the fourth and final game of World's Edge before we swap over for an additional 4 on Stormpoint. Let's take a look at those leaderboards one more time as we prepare for our last chance for these teams to run the strats that they've practiced on, as you called out, one of the most studied maps in Apex Legends.
And some of the most studious teams, to be truthful. I mean, I know a lot of squads like Void, Team Diverge, even the teams with coaches like Vengeance, they spend a lot of time away from the game just thinking about how to navigate the game, thinking about how their team can interact with their POI and with the map that they're on to the best of their ability to maximize points and maximize wins. Though, of course, some seem to do it a little bit better and a little bit more freely than others. We cannot ignore the elephant in the room that is probably going to remain there. Rise still on top, at least for World's Edge. And I got a hankering idea that I don't think we're necessarily going to see them fall out of grace as hard as some other teams when we swap over to Stormpoint.
I want to do some math, so I'm whipping out my phone. Don't tell anyone. 15K divided by 3 games, divided by 3 players. I'm going to do that again just to make sure that I have the right result. 15K divided by 3 games, divided by 3 players, is 1,700 damage.
Each teammate. That is insane.
Per game.
That is an unprecedented amount of damage, I will say. Even for these lobbies where, say what you will, right, about Challenger Circuit, about preseason qualifiers, they do tend to be a little more on the fighty, crazy side. But I gotta say, yeah, I've been very impressed with these lobbies throughout scrims. The winners bracket was extremely competitive. Bring it over here to the losers bracket. We're seeing very hotly contested, close matches. And I think you saw something similar in EMEA as well. So to see that sort of shape out and to still see a team dominate to this degree is just short of unbelievable.
Now, I was looking at the bottom couple squads as well because we've still got plenty of room near that top 10 to jump in. While you and I have been talking about the number one squad all day, it's going to become increasingly more important as these games go on. The thin margins by which the 9th, 10th, 11th, and 12th squads are making it or not. And as we go into this next game, you've got to be paying attention to teams like Psycho, TKS, Buff Pathfinder, and No Name, who are so close to each other. No Name's got 10 points, Team Psycho's got 13 points. The difference there is one squad and making top 15.
And really, the difference is one game. Sausage Sorcerers could have potentially been in that conversation to what you just mentioned a game ago, but suddenly Game 3 was like their golden egg, right? They find all of the right combination of events. They navigate the map fantastically. They take their fights cleanly, concisely. They win the game, and suddenly they're up on that podium where they're dang near close to solidifying their place on Monday if they can follow that up with one more just like that. And it looks like that possibility might not be too far-fetched, as taking a look at a quick peek at the ring, it's not too far from where we saw the ring end last time.
No, it isn't, and honestly, I like central rings like this. It gives teams the opportunity to play their best game, because most squads that are landing around the edge would like to play on the edge. You're not landing Skyhook because you want to play center zone. So the fact that we are getting this sort of RNG with us on World's Edge makes me really happy, because it means that most teams are getting to execute the game plans that they were looking for at the start of the day. A squad like No Name, who desperately needs that to push themselves into those top 10 squads, is going to be especially grateful for a chance like this. And Sausage Sorcerers, the men, the myths, the legends coming out of last game, are going to look for the repeat with the same sort of execution coming out of Fragment East, or Fragment West.
And this 3-stack, just very formidable opponents, to say the least. I think if it weren't for the fact that we have a couple teams that are really showing up and dominating, at least in the last couple of games, I would have most certainly put Sausage Sorcerers up in that conversation. History with Pro League, pedigree in general, game knowledge, the ability to study away from the game and understand it to such a high degree. For them to be able to perform and show and put it on display is just an inkling, just a taste for us to find out where the actual skill cap of some of these teams really lies.
Ooh, looking at that second zone, deep thermal. That's the move. I like this early roto from AMV, but a lot of squads who are getting beacons are going to have to recognize that this is a relatively common zone ending, and while it isn't central in the same way that I had hoped for, it is still, I would say, a basic tenet of Apex Legends. If you want to play at the professional level, you have to know how to play a deep thermal zone, because when it happens, it can change your day entirely. A lot of these teams, having shown up early, are ones filled with veterans, like Drug Free, who have already, despite their low shields, prioritized the position over everything, because they've been in lobbies like this before.
Yeah, definitely a squad that is not... this isn't a foreign concept to them, formerly with Pittsburgh Knights, picking up a great third here to round out that roster. So definitely experience that is here, and you're seeing how they're prioritizing that. Again, you might look at that zone and think, all right, we're going to hit the top of thermal station, we're going to get that god height. But in reality, when you know it's pulling further back, those Dorito buildings become so much more valuable early on, because they're definitely very difficult to take, and oftentimes very difficult to even get there if you don't have high prio on that zone.
Sausage Sorcerers are biding their time, perhaps playing a bit of an edge game with Sentinel picked up and not very many shields. You've got to imagine that their game plan is one that will have them juiced up by the time they reach that deep thermal, and hopefully able to take away a powerful position from one of the teams like Drug Free that have moved there before they get better shields, before they get better weaponry, and are instead relying on positioning as the thing to change their game.
Yeah, and that dichotomy of edge versus zone really starts to kind of fall apart in a lot of these zones that are, as you said, pretty well known. and definitely well studied in terms of where you might win the game from, where you might pick up a lot of kills from. No Name, I mentioned the spot, right, that maybe you don't take right away, but No Name does not have prio on those southernmost buildings, so they're going to take the next best thing, and they're going to take it with a 2-4 charge rifle, Dia. So they're going to be farming up Evos all frickin' day.
Yeah, not a bad gun to have, especially when you're bullying people from Central Thermal. We do know that this squad is going to have to move, though, and so those Evos are going to be all the more important. Ranch on Spaghetti, what are we doing here? Taking down Team Smiley could be their next step. Gobble gonna rocket on forward with this Volt and draw some attention. Never mind, just take out a member. Gambit goes down, and Team Smiley, with just one person left in the mix of all of these knockdown shields, will be taken out. Ranch on Spaghetti, 3 points the richer.
Big opening there. That's all it takes is one knock, and it is early enough and definitely in a location that's covered up enough where they can fully capitalize on that without really risking too much of a third party. But we're going to roll over to the north side of the map where Vengeance is currently on the hunt for the last member of Risen Rose. That's 3 big whiffs on the PK, but the fourth one finds its mark. Finally, Risen Rose is eliminated. Vengeance takes out 3 KP, and they are, I think, the very last zone, or the very last team on this side of the zone by a long shot.
Yeah, Vengeance are going to have to book it in, but eliminating Risen Rose is nice for them. It's the squad just above them in the standings, and technically tied right now, having eliminated them. Vengeance, with 3 squads left to go down before placement points start accumulating, should be able to alley-oop and move themselves closer into the top 10. Meanwhile, Slept On, playing their slow game, but around this height that is all-powerful. One of the things that I've definitely noticed in Challenger Circuit and Pro League Qual games is that not everybody likes to play that high. Not everybody's comfortable with it. Slept On opt into this really nice position, and they do so confidently, taking out Team Diverge and putting them in the hole once again.
Blackhand might also be joining them in the hole once again by the hands of Rise, our first place team in the leaderboards currently. The owners of World's Edge at the moment. I think teams might just have to add a big old skull and crossbones on their rotation plans for wherever they hear or see this squad. Rise almost taking out yet another squad.
Yeah, this is even still a deadly blow to Blackhand. Having lost 2, we saw the same story happen for Team Diverge just last game, and things do not get easier for you as you try and survive as a rat approaching deep thermal. There's so much open ground you've got to run through, so many teams that are looking at you, and the chances that you make it into the top 10 in terms of placement are infinitesimally small. Now, we do have the next zone starting to close soon, and plenty of teams like Rise still around the outside, but the big crowding is happening in 2 centralized positions. It's center of thermal and deep southwestern edge of thermal.
And it looks like we just got a preview, and Dia, it bounced away. We've seen the zones get crazy since the last couple of updates, and more than 3 teams, I think 4 teams put all of their eggs on this southwestern basket, and that basket just got lit on fire and thrown in the dumpster.
I am shook right now. I'm so scared seeing this next ring pull, and what terrifies me even more is that not everybody's going to know it. Drug Free have no idea that the zone is pulling away from them, as they're one of our squads not running the crypto. They're going to have to wait for everyone else to start moving, and being a squad that rotated in early, that doesn't have a whole lot of attachments, that just got their shields evoed up to even be close to on par with other teams, they're going to be having to rotate in late, and it could be the end of Drug Free in Game 4.
And on the other side of the coin, TSS probably doesn't even know what a massive gift World's Edge has just granted them. They are sitting pretty in this building right in front of where we see Ranch on Spaghetti. Ranch Spaghetti has that information. They have the crypto to scan that up, and they're also in a decent defensible position to make magic happen once these zones start to close. But we're back on over to the Grim Reapers. of this lobby of the losers bracket for the Pro League qualifier for Split 2. And they are still on the hunt. They are still finding just heaps of damage. They are on the prowl. A1's in that prowler. Can't you name a better duo? I don't think I could.
God, this is good. Rise jumping down, find yet another knock, yet another theoretical squad wipe. I don't know if they'll complete the trifecta here, but it's plenty for Rise to move into the next zone confidently. Haven't picked up those 3 kills already, and there's the thirst on the second one. Their move in is going to be rushed a little bit by this zone, but they've got plenty of heals off of the 2 squads that they have already jumped on top of. And Rise, their approach into Thermal is going to be the stuff of legend, whether it be in their favor or not, whether they be the Dragons or the Slain. Rise, they're the team to keep your eyes on, because they are approaching exactly where the zone is pulling, and if they can kill some teams in Godspot, they can run away with this game.
And if you're a Psycho fan, now is when you got to be cheering your heart out, because I believe, looking at our mini-map, they are the team who is going to be tasked with keeping out Rise from the rest of the lobby and potentially from yet another game win to just put a bow on top of what has been a meteoric performance here on World's Edge for Team Rise. However, there's still 17 squads left, Dia, and a lot of those squads don't have the information for this next ring, so I think that there is a lot of death yet to come for a lot of the teams that are just going to be completely obliterated on their way to zone.
I really appreciate this early move from Vengeance to mitigate that, though. They're not trying to go through the center and siege out on teams from the bottom. Instead, they're taking that position we saw Slept on in earlier and utilizing it to make a clean rotate over towards the Sausage Sorcerers. Now, Cozy, they are going to have a much more difficult time. Yes, they've got a Valkyrie, but needing to move your way through the center of Thermal and either mirroring Vengeance, who we just saw rotate, or go straight through at least 8 teams that are all trying to do exactly the same thing. Neither of those are particularly good options.
But the bad options are definitely not looking... the bad options are definitely worse, so they'll take what they can get for the time being. Ranch on Spaghetti playing the back of Jungle Jimmy here. There's not really a whole lot of LOS quite yet from the looks of it, so they're going to own this. They have a literal pipe dream, Dia.
KSP, opposite end of the scaffolding, the normal side of it to play, by the way, guys, are going to be pretty comfortable right now. Yeah, if you're taking notes, take notes on this. Don't do the other thing. It's not bad in this situation, but I feel a lot more comfortable seeing KSP play things out, and that's even after they eat the Crypto EMP. Drug-free, as we had predicted earlier, weren't able to extract properly from that westernmost side. They're gone now. We're into the top 15, and placement points have started to be accumulated. Nice retaliation from KSP. Keeps them in the conversation, as opposed to being run over by a competent team on the outside. They've still got plenty more to go, though, as Ranch on Spaghetti keep setting up these fences, keep their territory and this pipe dream alive.
All I can think about is how one fuse would just get 3 KP just gifted from literally nowhere, just 3 arc stars there. I don't think they even have the gen up anymore, so they really don't have much protection other than, as we've been hampering on, a couple of pipes is all they got, and protection from relatively clever LOS blockage. But on the other side of the map, we have Black Hand finally getting fully wiped out. It looks like they were able to stick the reses on a couple of their members that had gone down just a little bit earlier, but Rise comes back to finish the job. And now, as we mentioned previously, Team Psycho on that high ground, potentially going to try and play spoiler on Rise, finding yet another endgame zone. But Detox and the rest of this crew are not going to make it easy.
No, they're not, and yet they are the simplest path forward. You want access to this high ground through the angles that Psycho will be able to walk in, right by that crafter, moving in on a straight line towards Zainu, and the easiest way to do that is going to be by taking the high ground away from Psycho. Can Rise do it? We've seen them now respawn farm Black Hand, one of the strongest Challenger Circuit teams.
Yeah,
Just
absolutely.
imagine that they can take
Colossal.
a fight on height. It's not crazy. It's not the craziest thing we've seen today.
Yeah, no, it wouldn't be the first time either. And I think it might have just been made a little bit more difficult seeing as Vengeance has also taken residence inside the tunnel right underneath that team. So it's effectively a 6v3, and I somehow worry that that may not be enough. We'll check on that later as
God,
we
we're
start to
looking at it now.
see the kill feed popping. There we go. Detox has taken up a little bit of cover on this rock. They did find a knock, but Retzi does go down in the process. A1's going down very low, down to about 50 HP, is going to peel back and try and stick this battery. The Q from the enemy seer is not going to land either. So they have a little bit of a reprieve here, an opportunity to reset. They have the Valk ult, they have the go button. Should they decide to use it instead of trying to fight through this, leaving Retzi behind? But Retzi's actually on the backside, and they get the recovery anyway.
They don't have time for this. It's going to have to be res into immediate skyward dive. Thank God that goes off the interrupt. Not going to happen. But a team pushing this would sentence themselves to death, and Rise have that going for them. Here comes the climb, and it's going to have to be right now as the zone is at your backs, and a tick could kill Rise. They've got no shields on Retzi. They are living on a prayer as they drop down. And where will they end up landing? What's a safe place for Rise, who are so often in charge, to actually play this game out from?
Yeah, this seems to be, I think, the most dire situation we've seen them in. But look at the map knowledge.
Nice call.
They find a beautiful corner here. Seldom played and certainly not the most optimal. But Rise stays alive. It almost looked close. It almost looked like you were going to kill one member of Rise. But all three make it deep into the zone with no problems whatsoever.
Gears of War gamers, by the way. Gears of War, guys, is where they've come from, but Apex is where they are to stay. Ranch on Spaghetti, unfortunately, don't have that same power, and neither do Void, as Sausage Sorcerers rip around him with the RE45. Now looking up at height, we've got what I can only assume to be Psycho up there, and Sausage Sorcerers lose one in the battle up against this siege. Yuban gonna be able to cover. Nice damage comes down onto a member of Psycho to full thirst them, and the res is going off. So this low ground, not all that bad, as Sausage Sorcerers could have once feared. Team Psycho do go out TSS right next door, and 8 squads left as we approach this next ring. Is a good position for the Sausage Sorcerers to be in.
And you would not believe it, TSS, we mentioned them earlier. They were gifted a very great spot in zone, and they die to none other than the Rise Nation, who now continues to just clobber teams left and right. A1's finally going down, and that could potentially be a sharp enough nail in this coffin, but they're starting to get the res. They are starting to open up these angles even better for Detox to continue to deal damage. Zainu going down, and another bat going to be hit now for Rise. This team is just unstoppable.
My brothers in Christ, how are they getting the res on the wrong side of the fence? It doesn't make sense. Slept on get eliminated. Sausage Sorcerers are out. And Rise, despite all odds, in 2 separate situations, managed to recover as a full 3-man squad. They got a gold knockdown shield, by the way, which is helping a whole lot. And they keep going. They keep running this lobby.
The tempo of their fighting is an art. It's something to be written about. And there we go. Finally, TK. That's actually not Ranch on Spaghetti. It looks like Ranch on Spaghetti gave up their very game theory optimal spot there in the corner to the last member of TKS. Checking back in with Rise. How many kills can they pick up here? Look at the beams. That's from Retzi as well. Not even the Gears of War gamer, our Apex veteran, doing just as much work for his team.
No Name are gone. 17 kills for Rise, and they are in the top 2. This is going to be another banger of a game as firing down into the low ground. They've got nothing to worry about. Retzi, of course he commits down onto the low ground to finish off these kills. It's another Rise victory. It's a 3-peat in the Pro League qualifier.
I'm at a loss for words, thoughts. I think that Do we have to play the rest of the games? Does that have to happen?
They're done. They can retire right now, and honestly, they'd be doing some Pro League squads a favor by not going up against them. Rise are ridiculous, and the fact that they weren't even in the winners bracket is equally as ludicrous.
Losers bracket, by the way. Losers bracket, by the way. Oh man, I mean, I almost feel like we need to get the highlight reels on all the other fights, but there aren't any, because somehow Rise is involved in every fight on the map. They wipe half the lobby. I think at closest to dying, they lost one member. They got one member knocked, and they had what was seemingly a rough position that they played out of for a win. I don't even know how you can... There's really just not much to say here. We'll take a look at some of the replays, or I guess the A1's highlight reel, if you will.
Yeah, that's what this is. We'll call it by its true name. It's not what we expected, that's for sure. And that's after 2 games now. Having won 3, not quite 50%, but 75% of the games we've played so far, and with one more, half the games that we're going to play in the losers bracket. Rise still uncontestable, and yet we gotta look further down again. The Sausage Sorcerers had another really good game, and we're looking at teams, as we said going into that game, like No Name, like TKS and Buff Pathfinder, to see whether they can access that top of the top and make it into top 10 so that they have a chance of moving on to the finals tomorrow.
Yeah, now we got to be talking about the middle of the pack, right? And how that transition to Stormpoint is maybe an opportunity here, a slightly bigger map, slightly less space that is owned by Rise, just in terms of raw surface area or surface mileage, really, on the map. And whether teams can capitalize on the mistakes of some of the other squads that aren't dying to Rise. And there's a lot of mistakes to be made in that map transition. So whether enough teams are able to pick up on those hints, realize that they need to adjust their strategy just a little bit more aggressively to have that success. There's still 4 games to be played and 9 slots to be given for that finals on Monday.
A 32-point game, yet another record-breaking finish for Rise. Cozy right up behind them. I have to give them credit as well. Cozy, despite their trials and tribulations in the first 2 games, are really crushing it.
Yeah, it's just... There really is not much more for me to say about that last game. I'm a little bit surprised to see Sausage Sorcerers there finishing in 7th place. I think they had a decent game plan, a decent approach, but it's hot and cold, right? Sometimes these zones, especially with those crazy pulls, again, we were expecting it to go even further towards the southwest, so the teams that were able to adapt and sort of finagle their game plans to fit what was ultimately a very, very hard pull away, those are the teams that you're seeing have slightly more success there in the top 5.
Yeah. Looking at Psycho, who 5 points now, barely make top 10 in this game, and in the overall leaderboards may very well be suffering right alongside Team Diverge and Black Hand, who started the day off strong, and now have been kind of lost the past 2 games. It's been really rough, taken down to just 1 member before we hit top 15, if not fully eliminated. These 2 historically dominant rosters in the Challenger circuit are now starting to falter a little bit, and that's before they even hit the finals.
And it's tough to see because, at least in the case of Team Diverge, right, they're playing to their game plan. It's what they want to do. Specifically thinking about that spot over just north of what was that end zone, right? That little fence line above the tracks. That is a very, very Team Diverge-esque spot, right? They like to hold multiple chokes. They like to pressure teams that come in late. However, as we noted, that spot is not one that's a favorite of many teams, and it's because it's very difficult to execute on, both in the timing when you get there and as well as your team composition. They actually weren't rocking the Wraith. I didn't get to note that, but they actually swapped over to the Bangalore on that last game, so I'm wondering if that maybe was what started them off on the wrong path there that ended in a very disappointing game number 4.
Certainly could be. Overall leaderboard's 98 points for Rise. That's 2 away from the 100 mark that we get to see teams very rarely break in 6 games. Down towards the bottom of the standings, we've still got, I will say, Team Diverge sitting pretty comfortably, surprisingly comfortably. Black Hand, not nearly so much. At 18 points, they're tied with No Name and Team Psycho, who all are competing for that 10th place cutoff. Void are not far behind, and this fight in between 8th and 12th could not be closer right now. We've got just a couple games left, but the thing is, Mello, they're all going to change now because we're going on over to Stormpoint.
We are going over to Stormpoint. We're going to take a quick break before we hop on over there, so stick around. We're swapping maps. We're hopefully swapping storylines here. Rise, absolutely dominant. Stormpoint, will it be what changes it all? We'll find out shortly.
Another game coming up, but we're changing something big, Melvin. We're changing it specifically with the intention of nerfing Rise. Let's see how they deal as we move on to Storm Point for the latter half of the day. We've got 4 games left in the losers bracket, and may I remind the audience that by the end of this, you've got to be in top 10 if you want to make the finals tomorrow. Our bottom 10 teams, their season ends here.
Yeah, and that's really sad to say, but of course, a very tough battle for all of these squads, and we can't keep them all. We've already said hello to 10 of the teams, or rather sent them off to the finals in the winners bracket earlier, and we have here what is shaping up to be a very top-heavy top 10 right now. Rise Nation showing up in a big way, fresh off of their signing a return home for one of the players. In fact, they are just they're firmly putting their stamp on the ALGS with this performance, almost 100 points, and not even, or just about halfway through the games.
Yeah, already. We've illustrated this before. No Name quite close on the cutoff here. They've actually been sitting right next door this entire time. Blackhand have taken a severe step down, and against all odds, Team Smiley keep themselves in the conversation. I have not once looked at Team Smiley today and gone, wow, Team Smiley are crushing it. And yet, they stay in the top 10. They're managing to do that bare minimum to push themselves into the finals, and that's going to be enough. Whether it be off the back of incredible performances or just barely squeaking into the top 10, everyone in those top 10 at the end of the day is entering on an even playing field on Monday.
I will say, though, it is at that point, Dia, these last 4 games are that opportunity where these half efforts, or rather these half successes, are not going to be enough. Looking from 7th place and even 6th place down to 12th, which is easily the most contentious part of our leaderboard, right, where these are the squads that are really, really fighting to try to get that step up, that open up that gap just far enough that they're safely into the finals on Monday. They're separated by 3 points.
Yeah, it is not far at all. And what we had talked about earlier on in the day, we've brought this up several times, but the 40-point break point that was so common in EMEA, both winners and losers bracket, has now been shifted. In NA, again, it was 40 points for the winners, which is where you wanted to be to make top 10. Now, we got to be aiming for like 30, maybe. And that means that this opens up for the bottom half of the lobby. The fact that Rise is dominating so hard, is taking so many of these points, is a good thing for our teams that are struggling right now, because it means that a single game can do so much more for them than it otherwise would.
And not to be the bearer of bad news by any means here, but this was the map where Rise actually took down that challenger circuit that they won a couple of months ago. And this is where we found out that the cold, hard facts of the matter are they are here to take out teams that they need to take out in order to have a successful game, in order to move through the challenger circuit and onto what is shaping up to be a very impressive start to a potential pro league run. But of course, 4 more matches stand in the way of them and officially getting their spot into the finals on Monday. It would take nothing short of a miracle to stop that from happening at this point. But we'll see if any teams have some something in the bag, something that they can pull out to make some magic happen for themselves.
I'm going to ask a very silly question, and I don't know if you know the answer, and it's okay. It's okay if you don't. Can Crypto use drone while riding as a passenger?
I believe so. I believe you can drive by Crypto.
That is wild, and this is even crazier. We don't see a whole lot of teams die via Trident, but it's fast and furious time as we had some car warfare going on there. I would have loved to see the shot of both the cars, and honestly, we'll probably get to see it another time as Team Psycho alley-oop and move on forward as if nothing happened on this Trident. We are going hard at south.
That was I feel like I'm in a fever dream at this point. The stuff that we're seeing on our screen, 98 points in 4 games, just the team getting absolutely one-clipped out of a Trident, basically getting Grand Theft Auto'd off of their the biggest chunk of their macro rotate is certainly not what I expected to see in Game 5 of the Pro League Qualifier Losers Bracket. But here we are, Dia. Here's what we have to work with, and honestly, it's kind of awesome, but also kind of ridiculous.
So another learning moment for me, actually. Does Fast and Furious have guns in it? Because I felt like that was appropriate. You went with what's the other one, Grand Theft Auto, and I feel like Grand Theft Auto is appropriate too. Was Fast and Furious even close, or was I trying too hard?
I think so, but usually it's car against car, gun against car, a little bit less. But I think we've seen it at least once. I'm sure Vin Diesel shot out a car at some point.
Yeah, it's got to have happened, right? And hey, Rise will get the opportunity too. They're moving down here, and well, this is one of the more niche zones, at least from what we're predicting. They've got that IGL that should be calling out exactly how to play a position like this. When you go down far to the south, you need to be one of those teams that commits early on and grabs a building, because if you're trying to rotate in late, you're going to be left out of luck.
Yeah, I gotta say, I feel like I don't see the zone all that often, so some of these teams are really going to have to pull their deep-seated comp knowledge out of the bag to make this one work. In the meantime, though, Rise, they're just sprinting straight through the middle of zone. I don't think they're really interested in playing Apex Legends at this point. I think they are just turning every POI into an arena fighter and picking up a dub here and there, you know, trying to keep themselves entertained. It's definitely a sight to behold. It looks like they might actually be making the decision to take up that top tower in Barometer, which is definitely a very strong power position. I don't know if they necessarily have the weapons to maximize that value, but they're certainly there, and there's certainly plenty of teams that could fall victim to that squad.
Yeah, it'll fit really well into their close range game plan. If anybody does try and siege them up there, take away that height and perhaps use it for evil with the charged rifles from above. Defending good will be the story that we're going with over in Barometer, but in the meanwhile, Rise are taking their sweet time getting up to the tower, having popped down. They're like, you know what? We see that we can clean up the rest of this area as well, and with AMV down, Rise have cracked that 100-point mark in a mere 5 games.
Man, I was talking to production a couple months back about how many numbers we would need in some of these standing values, and I hope they estimated high enough they can fit 101 here. But the cap, the ceiling, or rather the unreachable floor of that first place spot is really just continuing to fly on upward. And it's crazy to think, right? There's definitely teams here that can 3v3. There's teams that can fight. These people aren't slouches. They didn't just pick up Apex on a whim and decide that they're going to make it to Pro League Qualifier losers, right? Like, there's got to be someone that's just going to win a 3v3 at some point, right?
Yeah, that's the dream. But I don't know if that dream will become reality. This isn't Labyrinth, and we are not as blessed to have David Bowie in these games. Vengeance, however, looking pretty darn blessed with the damage, at least initially. They'll be able to rejoin their squad on the height and should be able to clean the rest of this squad up, given the opening damage. There it is. Asuras go down, and out in the middle of nowhere in fish farms that nobody wants to rotate through, Vengeance do find themselves moving on up in the world, and it's a game that they desperately need as they approach the last couple of times for them to accumulate points.
Great execution there on that camp, and now they get to rack up so much loot for their troubles. So definitely, I wouldn't even say high risk. It's a definitely low risk, high reward scenario where at worst that team gets away. Rarely do you see a big turnaround from the IMC team that ends up wiping the team above them, even with that Bangalore at your disposal. So it is what it is. Team Vengeance looking pretty good here. They have the zone pretty clear as well, so they'll have plenty of room to walk in.
That they will. Cozy, playing things slow, and honestly, their trademark game. They've separated themselves from every other squad in the PLQs so far by being the team that plays zone, that stays quiet the entire time. That's their game plan, and they are sticking to it. Cozy show no signs of wavering, even as they reach that as they get that harassment from the Mad Maggie drills. We've got crypto ults traded out, and this is the reality of playing zone at this point, is that you are going to be trading quite a bit of this damage poke back and forth, but the benefit is that now that we have the zone pull like this, you don't have to worry about crossing this massive open area between Barometer and the islands off to the south.
And you got to wonder, what's a bigger obstacle, Rise or the open water that is up to the northeast of that zone? It's definitely a little difficult picking and choosing where you want to run. I know what my pick would be. No Name, pretty deep out here in zone. Probably going to rip a Valkyld here sooner than later. I actually didn't realize we still had teams this far out, but there are 17 squads left alive, Dia, so for the time being, Rise has not been able to claim that many victims. It looks like No Name hunting for victims of their own.
It's a risky proposition. No Name don't really have that many points to work with, so risking it all right now as they're sitting just outside of the top 10 could make their lives that much more difficult later on, but they're going to go for it with full confidence, waiting on the scans to come through from this seer. You've got a little while left on the cooldown of that focus of attention, but once you get one scan, it is balls to the wall on the inside, and Risen Rose are the ones that could be suffering, could be dealing back that damage simultaneously. There comes the slide, and a nice bit of damage, no crack just yet, and they lose Flux for it.
Nice opening damage, and this has been just Risen Rose's story, unfortunately, so far in this qualifier losers bracket. They're deep in zone, they find a fight, they have decent loot to fight it out as well, at least in terms of shields, bats. It seems like their weapons are pretty well equipped as well, but unfortunately, it's just other more aggressive, more capable teams find early knocks, but No Name maybe getting punished for their hubris a little bit.
So close to zone that this res alone should get you there. But like you talked about, I think it's a good recognition of a little bit too late that they needed to get out in order to stay alive. Den Pride actually may go down one more time. The res going to have to come through and just barely makes it in. Not a whole lot of heals for this guy, though, and they are in trouble as from the side, the fight's not over, and Void rock up, not finding the knock, surprisingly, but still controlling this height, and the difference between this squad and a successful antenna rotation. There goes the Valkyld, not going to be found in the sky, no capitalization just yet, but Void, they are running to play catch.
They're hunting for this one. The timing just a little bit off for them to get the kills for free, but now they're going to get to fight for them, and they're more capable of doing exactly that. They still have plenty of ultimates in their back pocket as well to utilize the focus of attention, as well as that black hole on Borton. Starting to close the gap, but the gap between them and the zone is also quickly closing. About a minute left for this next ring close, and they have quite the walk to manage here, so this might be the moment where they do a little bit of triage, understand this might not be worth the chase, and they're actually going to take their rotate all the way over towards the north side of the choke.
Not a favorite move of mine, either of these, having to go either through the hill and face up against this literal uphill battle, or through Jurassic, where you can quite easily be gate-kept on the south side. No Name are down so bad for meds, for health, and for surviving this zone that they've got to trade off syringes and the gold shield, and even that doesn't look like it's going to be enough. They simply haven't got the health pools to work with, and in round 2, no less, Vengeance are going to push up onto an already weakened squad.
And to think this all started with Risen Rose and a big push here, Ethel finding that big entry damage, 108 with the Volt, but Paps does end up going down early as well. They get to clean up onto Chickus. Paps still recoverable, I believe. They're going to back up and disengage a little bit here while Vengeance ends up picking their own member up once again. Big damage coming out from Dalton, though, and they continue to close this gap. They are still hunting for it. Yeah, they want this KP.
Going to be able to find it as well. Rez has gone off onto Paps, a gold knockdown, looking real spicy right now, and Dalt has already weakened the ever-diminishing health pools in front of him. 5 kills so far, one of Vengeance's best games today, and they've still got to make their way into zone, running up onto this ridge. A path through Shipfall is still available if you're wanting to try and access the south side of the zone that way.
It is getting a little bit late, and they need to make that decision sooner rather than later. And they aren't even the only squad on that side. Riz and Rose, through trials and tribulations, is actually still left alive.
What? That's not how I thought this was going to go. It's not how I thought Rise was going to go either. Retzi does almost get taken down. They are playing, as is their trademark, super spread out, way too confident, and yet still making it work. Team Diverge showing up again as well. A Sleepy Panda has re-entered his prime. That's where we need Sleepy Panda. At all times, being that Wraith, being whatever it is that goes forward and is willing to take these engagements.
Rise managing to recover as they oh so often do. Never punished. And they're going to continue to farm up damage and maybe even farm up kills. There's a team just sitting in front of them, just chilling in the rocks. There's going to be some smoke going down, but I reckon that might not even be enough, as Rise might be licking their lips thinking this is another little bit of KP that they can pick up on their way up. Void also in engagement. All of these potential third parties for Rise to capitalize on.
Looks like they'd be correct. Both Void and Drug Free are going to be going real low right now. Well, we don't have drops yet. That is a nice Horizon ultimate to pull everybody in. Punish on that is just as swift, however, and it doesn't get the pulls they were looking for. Good Sky Nade, but being shot in the back, Burton doesn't have the opportunity to keep pushing with that small advantage. Instead, it's Retzi that draws first blood in this engagement, taking down that first member of Drug Free.
And it's like a Ferris wheel right now. The verticality fights, the verticality of these fights, excuse me, is so interesting with how many horizons there are on the map as well. They're able to just take height, give up height, cycle through. The tempo of the fights is so fascinating, and through all of that, no squad has gone down quite yet, at least from that engagement we got to see a little bit earlier, though. This might be another opportunity for Rise to hunt for even more kills. Void still on the edge, doesn't have a spot in zone either. These are all about to crash as Ring 3 closes.
Zerbo showing up against Riz and Rose in the kill feed, and Rise continuing to farm. They get that full confirm and push up even further towards this bridge. They're playing as north in the zone as they possibly can, and they're making it work for them, catching all these teams that are rotating in late. Void go down, and onto the low ground. TKS fall as well. Rise aren't even done with you, taking down the gen that is in the middle of the open water, and continuing to push on forward. 7 kills so far, and it's just round 3, Mello.
And they're not even done yet. I mean, they're so far from done. There's 13 squads left for them to kill. Team Smiley, the next victim. Risen Rose finally following, this time to Vengeance, who ends up getting eliminated as well. What a bloodbath here in ring number 4. 11 squads down from 17.
In the meanwhile, we've got no mercy being given on the other side. TSS know that every point counts right here, and they're looking to clean up slept on. That squad getting eliminated now is going to be in a much tougher position, as they were actually doing rather well today, but towards the latter half, you've got to keep it up. The barrier to top 10 is so low that it's easy to slip out of it if you have a few bad games. TSS quite happily are going to take those kills, move themselves on forward, and unfortunately for them, move on over to the west, where there is not a whole lot of safe ways to access the few buildings that remain.
And another team that's quietly slipped their way into this top 10 that definitely needs that bounce back is Black Hand, who is sitting currently, as it stands, in 9th place. All 3 members up outside of zone. In fact, most teams are chilling pretty far outside of zone, save for the 3 that have been holding these buildings since effectively the start of the game. So they will be pretty dang safe and hoping that they can capitalize on these late rotates. But we still have Rise on the northern edge. Ranch on Spaghetti, recognizing that they really don't have the time or the walk-up. Oh, that was close. Just getting that Valkyrie off, but are they even going to find a place to play with it? That's the question here.
Got some roofs available to you if you want to try and get real funky. Fence line around the outside, and they're going to opt into the low ground, trying to play underneath a team. Taking a little bit of damage from the fences shouldn't be deadly, but Ranch on Spaghetti do have to watch out for the swing, and great fences go out defensively from Clankbot to make sure that that doesn't happen. They don't have the Jenny for another 13%, but the little bit amount of time that will take should be enough for them to stabilize and maybe even apply pressure to teams like Team Psycho.
Down to 9 squads here. Big damage coming out from Dig. Doesn't quite find a knock or a wipe. But the team that does get wiped, man, maybe I just cursed this team to death. Black Hand gets wiped out by Team Diverge. Team Diverge falling swiftly after to Ranch on Spaghetti. And the amount of squads left in the zone is looking pretty slim, Dia. This is not good news for anyone who wants Rise to not get first place again, I'll tell you that much.
Yeah, I'm wondering the same thing myself. As Drug Free go down, we're into the top 6, and the very spread out Rise is going to have to group up if they want to take this as a 3 versus 3. Instead, the Rolling Thunder pushes them all back, and even still, we could see Rise taking a fair bit of damage. Just that 25 chunk, but the screen shake and flashbang that comes in afterwards keeps them on the back foot, sitting around the edge of this palm tree, and knowing that they have to clear out a squad right in front of them that's sitting on this gravity cannon.
They're starting to make their walk up. This is, of course, a necessary team wipe here to get into ring. They're doing a pretty quick job of it here. A1's big sprays coming out of the Prowler. That's another KP added to the list. Double-digit kills. And they're not done yet. Retzi does end up going down, though. They push this team on the low ground that was pretty well set up with the fences. The hit fire from the Detox wasn't enough to knock down one, but it wasn't enough to knock down the last member. And they are eliminated outside of the top 3.
Rise go down, and it is crucial for one of these teams to be able to pick up a win. TSS and Ranch on Spaghetti still alive and needing to access those top 10. Well, TSS are the ones that managed to push themselves forward. A win would cement them. Ranch on Spaghetti now gone, with TSS looking for their next kills. They're landing crazy headshots through these small openings on the roof.
You are never safe underneath TSS. Alazura, Hambino, and Blurs might be their game here, Dia. Might be what they needed to jump up the standings. 6 kills, not too shabby either. And only 4 squads left. Decent ring position as well. Maybe not as central as the team just to their south, but definitely very playable. Though they do have a team underneath them to worry about, and that could certainly spell spoiler if they don't play this properly.
Yeah, and at this point, you're looking at where that next zone is closing, and we've got the insider information that it's going right in between all of these houses. No one is going to be safe, and it's a matter of who has to give up height last. In that scenario, I think I like TSS's chances, but we'll have to see how it plays out on the day, because staying in control of these games is the real test of any squad that wants to make it through the finals and perhaps even to the Pro League. In comes the cover, and TSS, they've got that good read. Psycho right underneath them. Won't really be able to challenge for the height, you have to imagine, but the Sausage Sorcerers might just be able to.
Definitely a team with the ability to do it, but look at how quickly Zainu just gets dropped, and they're might not be a very great opportunity to pick them up. Yuban eating so much damage, and I think that was actually right through the fence line. Like we said earlier, no one is safe, and this cover is extremely unreliable, as we're seeing here on full display. I think picking up Zainu is going to be something short of improbable. And the Gen actually swallows up the one grenade, so they do hold for the time being. The res comes through, and they will be walking forward as a 3.
Those are looking for this, though. They know that they won't have the opportunity to pick up a whole lot of other squad wipes as soon as they're forced to leave this building. They're right in the sidelines of TSS and immediately jump on over to those fences, but not before Vize goes down the risk. It was too great for Cozy, and even Oisenpai popping out to try and save his Watson. Won't be able to do it. Thermite chewing away at them. No gen to save Cozy, and trapped in a corner, they are sent on and taken down. That is a clean play as TSS from the top keep laying in that damage. They've still got ultimate height. 3 squads left. Psycho right underneath them. The fight has to kick off now as the Sausage Sorcerers in front of them draw too much intent from TSS. They're getting shot in the back. They're taken out by Team Psycho, and it's Psycho's game to win.
TSS from the top rope, but it's Team Psycho from underneath them that takes the opportunity. The timing there was brilliant, and I think maybe a little bit of nervousness, impatience ends up paying off massively, and Psycho takes down the first game on Storm Point.
Not what I would have expected coming into today, but we knew that we were looking for at least one Psycho pop-off. They are a very swingy team, and when they are on, firing on all cylinders in that end game. They do a really good job of absorbing the mistake from TSS and finishing things off on Sausage Sorcerers. You have to applaud their game plan, as all of the teams in that end game. TSS, Sausage Sorcerers, Cozy, and Psycho all doing a premier job of putting themselves in good positions in order to get further KP as zone teams.
Yeah, absolutely wonderful performance there. And we have to shout out Cozy because I think they were close to having a very different end game there, but that one knock is all it takes. Your opportunities run out quickly. We almost saw the same thing from that knock on the Team Sausage Sorcerers, but they were able to really just play every pick of cover to perfection to be able to get that res that they needed to play it out. So they unfortunately don't end up winning it out, but they also gain a ton of value from being able to recover in a very dire situation.
They certainly do. We had a lot of squads making their impacts felt throughout this, though Vengeance really standing out as they collected a few KP, and you can tell that it's not just our top 10 squads making plays. They haven't separated themselves enough yet. Everyone knows that a few points could mean that they get to move on to the finals, and right now, as we enter the second half of the day, I was already worried about it coming in. Now I'm super worried in these last 3 games about what the fatigue is doing to teams that are coming from that winner's bracket.
Yeah, thinking about teams like Team Diverge, Team Blackhand, who are already starting to potentially lose steam here on a map where you kind of need all cylinders on full blast. There really isn't an option. There's more teams than before willing to take those early to mid-game fights, and you're not going to get away from it. You have to take that 3v3. Even some of the teams that, to some degree, ended up not having a great game because they overcommitted to some of those fights, we see that on display as well. So it is not an easy feat for any of these teams to rack up points at this point. Team Psycho, 19 points and 7 kills to round out that first place.
This means a lot to Team Psycho, though, as coming from the losers bracket, they didn't get the chance to play in winners. These are their first 8 games of the day, and now they get to cement themselves inside the top 10. It's a really low barrier to entry, but Psycho have gone above and beyond now and really pushed themselves into contention for those top 5 through 7 places that are much more difficult to unseat. Looking down further, though, you called out Diverge and Black Hand, and they are still suffering. Diverge likely dropping another place, as Black Hand is going to drop at least 2 or 3 more, and they need a game. Both these teams do, like Sausage Sorcerers did in game number 3, one to bring them back into the conversation.
And it's interesting because you talk to some of these Challenger Circuit players, and a lot of them say, yeah, you really only need one big game to kind of blast your way and secure that next lobby. But here, it's looking a little bit closer because the distribution of points isn't as heavy when, of course, caveat, when Rise isn't winning them. They still racked up 13 points in 6th place, but that's 10 kills that every other squad on the map ends up missing out on. And that is critical information. That is just a critical fault in the way that some of these teams are sort of approaching it, right? They can't just have that one big game. Team Diverge had a couple decent games, but even that might not be enough if they can't keep it up for the next 3.
Cozy's still the epitome of this play style. When I'm looking at them, second place, it hasn't been big, it hasn't been fancy, but Cozy sit there and accumulate points. It's got them at 51, which should be a really high score if we weren't also looking at a more than double that from Rise, but it's the highest within reason, I'll say.
Yeah, I don't think Cozy will be doubling their points anytime soon, but there are a couple squads here who, again, Sausage Sorcerers definitely being one of them. I think those two squads we got to see in the end game, actually all 3, but especially Cozy and Sausage Sorcerers, with that second game that they had a very strong performance on, they are starting to open that gap a little bit, but it's still a little too close to call. I'd say Cozy is closest to being on that, the safe side of the fence, but a lot can happen in 3 games.
Yeah, and with 3 games left all on Stormpoint, no one is safe. Mistakes are punished quickly, and I can't wait to see what happens.
Yeah, we'll be taking a short break, but when we come back, we will be on to the second map of Stormpoint and the 6th map of the loser side of the Pro League qualifiers for Split 2. Don't go anywhere.
We're back, folks. The losers bracket of the Pro League qualifiers continues right here, right now. And with game 6 about to kick off, we are going to be 75% of the way through these games. Let me just remind you all, yes, we've broken the 100-point mark. Yes, this is one of the most wild series of Division 2 Apex Legends to have ever existed, and it gets to go on for 3 more unhinged games.
Yeah, that's ridiculous. I'm going to follow you up. I'm also going to cheat, right? Pull out my phone calculator. That's 23,000, nearly 24,000 damage, 6 games, 3 players. We're still, even after not finding a top 5 finish, 1,300. Oh, actually, got my math wrong. It's even higher because it's 5 games. We're just rolling into the 60th. So honestly, calculators can't even put into perspective how absolutely monumental this series has been for Rise.
I am going to take one thing there. Yes, I want to give our producer a kiss on the mouth right now. They've pulled up Cozy,
They know.
who are the only team to be beating Rise in any capacity. Their average placement and, by extension, time survived is the only squad that is higher than Rise, and that is a very impressive feat. We talked about this squad earlier. They have been silent. They haven't even been that deadly, but they have been ever present in these end games, and they're doing so to the tune of the most, again, within reason, dominant squad that we've got in the losers bracket.
It's really impressive when you think about the fact that Rise won 3/4 of their games on World's Edge, and yet the resident sleepers of the lobbies who have continued to scrap every bit of placement point that they can find up to and including enough for 51 points, I believe, right? Second place. That is just the hallmark of a great team, and I think at the very least, very well deserved that we're likely to see them in finals. But of course, as I've said before, a lot can happen in 3 games, rolling into game number 6. Dia, what are you expecting out of some of the squads that have been a little bit absent from our commentary? I actually want to bring up one that we really haven't given a lot of thought about, and that's actually Asura's, because Asura's did actually have they struck me in Challenger number 4. I think that they were playing that style that I think we see drug-free play, where they can take sort of that pinched edge between Zone 2 and Zone 3 and rack up a lot of kills on their way to a decent position in Zone. But I feel like we just see them drop out of the blue to random and, to be quite frank, sloppy rotates.
Yeah, it's one of the more difficult things about being in the Challenger Circuit Div 2 level of Apex is needing to figure out what kind of lobby you're in and what you can get away with, because it does vary wildly from day to day, from week to week, and from game to game even. And it's something that Asuras haven't figured out yet, that most teams haven't figured out yet. Even Risen Rose can't quite seem to dial it in to what they need to do, and they are a squad that we've been talking about quite a bit, a team that we'd expected so much from. Squads like AMV and Vengeance, while they've had their time, simply haven't been able to calibrate to exactly the level they need to feel confident in approaching these end games. Is much like Asura's, they're kind of going out in the middle. There's not a whole lot happening when these teams do leave the lobbies.
Yeah, it's tough, and it gets even tougher when we consider how much of the points are going towards Rise's checkbook. Like it's kind of, or bank account rather. It's kind of crazy to really consider. I'd love to throw that one in a calculator. What percentage of points total across all of these maps have been soaked up by Rise? Those are points that aren't being found by the Asuras, by the TSSs, the Risen Roses. A lot to be desired here for a lot of these squads.
We'll do the calculations after the 8 games, because I likewise am very curious. No Name, they're also curious about what's going on down there. Not curious enough to drop into nothing, but in the meanwhile, you've got plenty of rotates around the outside as well. It looks like everyone's No Name. Everyone is No Name. I got to go back to my measly old ways of checking player names to know what team we're talking about.
Oh, I feel that. Sometimes they don't make it easy. Void is rocking 3 tags that are not, in fact, the team that they're playing under. So they don't make it easy on us, but we're doing our best, y'all. So we're gonna.
The one up on height is the real No Name, guys. So don't worry.
Yeah. Don't get it twisted. Don't get it twisted. We're gonna pop on over to the far edge of Zone, where we get to see Black Hand, of course, dropping on the mill. And interesting decision here. It looks like they're going to try and punish the crafting from Team Diverge. And I will say Team Diverge doesn't really get to play that same style that they play on World's Edge here on Stormpoint. They have a POI that's pretty on the edge. They rely on, a pretty slow looting pattern. They have a car that they can use to rotate. But as we saw in the first game of Stormpoint, that can be both a blessing and a curse. So maybe Black Hand recognizing that Team Diverge is a very big crux to their game plan, and that it needs to be taken out early.
Very well could be. Black Hand are pretty confident in their rotations around Downed Beast, but we know that the movement out into the east is going to be Well, a long one, as passing by Cascade Falls, you'll have to contend with a lot of other squads. Those coming from the south will have to walk through the swamps simultaneously, where we've already got teams set up and ready to capitalize. Cozy, absolutely one of them, set up with a Revenant, the first Revenant we've seen today, and, well, depending on how this game goes, it might just be the last.
Oh, is this the Zone Revenant? Oh my god. That team is now my favorite team in the game. We've talked enough about the notably absent character so far in these qualifiers, Newcastle, and my disdain for seeing it in the lobbies, but quite the opposite for Revenant. I think that's actually a really interesting flex pick because it seeds chaos. That is truly what it does. It forces mistakes. That silence is absolutely insane on paper and in use as well. So they have a lot of tools at their disposal to protect their spot, whether that be by silencing teams that are trying to push up or by pushing out themselves with that Revenant ultimate. I think it's a really interesting pick, and I'm really excited to see if it works out for them here.
The potential for punish is high, and as we've already got revealed to us by our cryptos who have gotten these scans, they'll be able to hole up in this zone for a while, as it seems to be where the ring is continuing to pull. Not a whole lot of end games happen in this sort of in-between Launchpad, Antenna, and Stormcatcher area that aren't directly on these swamps. But you can go a little bit further up to the north, and that might be what Ranch on Spaghetti are pulling out right now, because their rotation into swamps proper, it's a little too late, and yet we're hitting the roof right now. This is risky.
And they're actually pulling all the way through. I actually really like that play. They go all the way through. Very decent, very strong spot with Watson. In fact, teams don't really have the agency to drop down and punish that team. It's far too risky. Checking on over with Sausage Sorcerers, though. They're taking a big risk here as well. They're not all that far from the center of zone, and yet they're taking this fight where they've already dropped Kine.
It's looking good, but I will say a little bit disjointed. Sausage Sorcerers do get lost in the sauce a bit, but they held on to their place. If not picking up all the kills, they at least get themselves the single one as well as an uncontested area of the map to sit in. This being on low ground, it doesn't come without risk, however. Sausage Sorcerers can easily feel pressure from those squads that will be coming from above them. And in this case, this early on into the ring, there are going to be several that approach from the north that Sorcerers will then have to defend against.
Yeah, and it's not just teams over towards Stormcatcher. We also have teams over to the east. There's teams that might be coming in from Launchpad, depending on how the zone ends up pulling, which seems to most likely be continuing to pull in their general direction. And they have the tools to hold it, but as you said, it's never a safe thing when you have so much high ground surrounding you. You're kind of in a little funnel, and definitely a funnel of attention, as well as the team that's sitting Lake House can also take pot shots at you all freaking game.
We've done it, Mello. We've made it through the first round. Not a single squad has dropped so far. KSP, the ones closest to having fallen, but still managing to keep themselves in the game. We've got that answer from production as well, so I'm going to bring up the stat when we've got time. 111 points that Rise have gotten going into this game are 20% of all total points available to the lobby. That's a big stat for you, Mello.
Wow. That is crazy. And by extension, we can actually probably extrapolate a little bit. That means that Cozy's actually close to 10% of all the points, which is really impressive for, again, a 20-team lobby. Having a 10th of all the points on the map is definitely a sight to behold, though. The true the craziest sight I think we'll see today definitely still remains with Team Rise. Team Rise has been notably silent this game. They don't have the best spot to play either. I feel like this zone in particular draws them to some unfortunate forced options. They might have to Valkyrie over that mountain, or they might have to walk over towards their east, where teams have plenty of sightlines to punish them. Team Slept On being one of them, but getting punished themselves.
I hope that charge rifle shot was worth it, Sung, because if I do 199 damage to you. I know I'm dropping, and Paps certainly is. Out comes the Peacekeeper as Paps rounds the corner, helping take down Zerbo alongside Dalton, and it's 2 members that fall. Not a whole lot to do about it, as unfortunately, Vengeance, well, they live up to their name in this particular case.
They take what is rightfully theirs. They take that KP. They take all of those meds, all of those attachments that they definitely need here. Looking a little bit light on that department. Efil still sitting on a blue as well. But that, just to say this, still 20 squads up. Even that was not enough to fully eliminate a squad, though. Rise might be looking to change that narrative here. Sitting on this ultimate height. They have the capability to punish a bad rotation here, a big mistake. You know Rise is jumping on it.
Rise moved really quickly to get here as well. With our first team eliminated, Ranch on Spaghetti, we do finally break that seal on game number 6. And it looks like we do have Slept on recovering some banners as well. Rise might be able to jump on this, but nope, there we go, already taken away. The fight going to extend itself rather towards swamps than anything else, as Rise don't look keen to take the 3v3 despite how close they are, and they're looking more at the rest of the map for how the game is playing out and what sorts of macro moves they can take advantage of or rely on later on in the game.
And this pull is actually great for Sausage Sorcerers, because even though it seems like a lot of attention might be drawn their way, they have a decent spot to hold it.
Whoa.
The push onto Rise just going awry almost immediately. No members going down quite yet. Detox the first to fall, and Awan's going down to half flesh health, but Vengeance getting just dominated there. It was, I'd say, a greedy push to begin with, trying to take on this squad up on that high ground, but wow, Rise just great defense here, and I feel like this is just the start of the snowball every time, Dia. Every time they find that first squad, it's like they see, it's like the shark in Nemo that just goes freaking crazy.
Yeah, the fact that Rise were able to pick up those kills on a push that they were hesitant to take, I think Vengeance, quite rightly, against 99% of squads, could have made that work, but against Rise, it's a different beast that you're fighting, and up on that height, they've got plenty of time, space, and communication in Apex Legends to be able to take you down despite the variety of angles that Vengeance were creative enough to approach from. While Cozy are still sat in zone, farming up those placement points. You know how they do. It's honest work. They're going to be the first ones to see Rise make their entrance into this swamp, a swamp that, taking a look at the minimap, isn't even going to be in further zones. This is another one of those zone pulls where we and everyone else are going, well, I suppose that this patch, zones just got a little crazy.
Yeah, bouncing around a little bit more than we're used to for sure, which does lead to some interesting dynamics that I would say I don't hate all that much, though. Of course, I am not a player. I am not competing. I am not absolutely mauling every time my zone call just goes absolutely the opposite direction. That's going to be the case for 3 of these squads right here who have been sitting on this, or 2 of these squads, excuse me, that have been sitting in this house. They're going to have to move. And quite honestly, a lot of the Stormcatcher teams are probably feeling pretty good about their spot, but they're also not easy spots. And I feel like we say that really often when we look at where Team Diverge is sitting. Very good potential spot, but can they hold it for the long term?
They are the crux of this game. A position like that, very difficult to manage. And I will say, I could see Team Diverge making it work, but with squads that are going to be coming in from both the west and the north, Team Diverge having to hold on to a very small amount of high ground with very little cover is going to be a big challenge for them. The nice thing is that Blackhand are also approaching this hesitantly and will be rather weak having come into the zone. They've had to expend a lot of meds in order to survive this, low on medkits, low on syringes, and Blackhand still have the choice ahead of them. 25 seconds left. They can enter from the west or the north, and they're going to take the short way in and maybe Team Diverge's first opponent.
Oh, Team Diverge, though, was getting looked at by Drug Free, actually. So Blackhand is sneaking up behind them, and they looked away for just a second. Drug Free in front of Blackhand there, eating so much damage from the flatline of Voltic. And now this choke just got a lot more interesting, because if Blackhand is able to drop Drug Free, Team Diverge, they're the ones that have to capitalize on this. They have to clear their back if there is an opportunity for the third party, though no knocks quite yet. Even with that early damage, Blackhand has not found the start of potentially a team wipe that could help them to even start to fight Team Diverge.
It's this really smooth rolling thunder into smoke disengage that bamboozles Blackhand. Well, they get some damage right back and actually end up covering a lot of the sight lines on them. Blackhand have a few seconds more to approach. Yasto even going on the aggressive move right now, but they don't have all the time in the world to do it. Committing down here, trying to find, I believe, just what is one member. Nope, Asura goes down, and I don't see him turn into a box. So we've got more time, and Blackhand have got to play kind of scared. They do jump up and finish off Drug Free. That's the last member going down. TKS go out as well. Rise is starting to show up in the kill feed once again, but not all on the left side of it. Some of them showing up as being knocked themselves. A1's is down, and while Blackhand fight up against Team Diverge, we've got to keep our eyes on the #1 squad in the lobby.
That's going to be a make-or-break fight for Team Diverge. AMV going down to Cozy, and now Cozy trying to recover to fight against this third party coming their way. They haven't gotten knocked either. They might have just enough room to work with that ultimate from the Revenant, also potentially getting them just enough value and just enough space to recover. They break that ultimate as well. Oi Senpai finally going down, and I think this is this might be the funnel where they are going to fall. Buff Pathfinder looking for those last couple of kills, but they look for the disengage instead. 1 minute left as the zone is about to close.
Not a whole lot of space for Buff Pathfinder. They tried to take a little bit of it out in the open, but Cozy go down, their lowest placement so far. It isn't going to affect their standings by a massive margin, but it is quite difficult to see it happen to them at this point. Rise sitting just outside of zone right now, have Retzi on half HP and about to be taken down, I am sure of it. Dracos comes over the side and does get taken down. Retzi is still alive and causing problems, and as Rise do bite the dust, Bursty is barely able to make it back, and I don't see Dracos being recovered in time. 25 seconds left. They gotta hit the res and a med kit before getting out, and I'm not sure if it's possible.
Yeah, I don't know if Valkyrie has the clearance here around the rock, so they're going to have to slip around. They're going to have to hit medkits. They're going to have to loot, and this might just be the sort of scenario where they're forced to walk on in. I don't even think they do realize they have that counter very quickly ticking away. They won't have the opportunity to do much more. They're going to walk in through this choke, being held down by none other than Sausage Sorcerers.
I don't know if Dracos makes it. I am really sweating right now. Ring starting to close in, and you watch that kill feed like a hawk, looking to see if Buff Pathfinder can make it out alive. Sausage Sorcerers take up to that high ground and absolutely crush Zainu, opening space up with the 301 and just creating so much pressure that is forcing teams to sit further and further away from Sausage Sorcerers, give them time to cast their magic. Zainu does rotate up again, but this time it's too much hubris, and he gets taken down. Yubin's burning, and Tech shows up big when it counts, picking up the knock, but going down in the process. It's just Yubin alive, and in between these knockdown shields, he's got the shield swap, but nothing else. Sausage Sorcerers are down, and Team Psycho take him out.
Team Psycho does quick work taking out Void. They managed to clean up even more kills on the side of Sausage Sorcerers as they made their exit. Slater sitting on red shields as Buff Pathfinder is eliminated as well. And here we see Team Diverge, the last team on this northern side, trying to hold out the last couple of members of Risen Rose. It's actually a full 3 stack, so a 3v3 situation here. 55 seconds left before this ring closes, and right as we say it, Team Psycho actually gets eliminated. So it's Team Diverge, Risen Rose, and the last team standing on the south, and it's actually Asaurus, who we mentioned at the beginning of this game.
This is the game for both Team Diverge and Asuras, who desperately need that one big one to put him either back on the radar or there for the first time. Bird takes so much damage, but AJ commits over the wall, finding the singular knock, but getting it traded back. It is a death sentence for Team Diverge, as they've now lost 2 and will struggle to even make second.
And you have to wonder if that was the call, if AJ, with a bit of an overcommit there, is actually going to lose them the opportunity for even a top 2 situation. They knew another team was waiting in the wings. So it's just going to be the last member of Team Diverge trying to take out Risen Rose, and does in fact do it. So that's going to be a top 2 finish. But Dia, I think this is already all but determined. Asura swinging in with a 3-stack, triple red shields, and they are your Game 6 champions.
Asuras convert like one other squad we've seen today. They and the Sausage Sorcerers we knew were underperforming, and now with one big game, putting themselves in the conversation for top 10. What a game it was. Asuras very quiet until the end there.
I gotta add a profit to my title for sure after that one, because it was a team that was like very, very quiet, right? And it was a team that I think Stormpoint was kind of the transition that might very well suit them to start putting up big games. I think they benefited from some very unfortunate timings as that ring closed. They capitalized on it wonderfully. I'm not exactly sure how many points they had walking into that last zone, but definitely 12 points for a win isn't going to feel too bad. We'll get to look at those leaderboards in a second, but great start for them to maybe find something here, maybe find their way, force their way really at this point into that top 10 and into that finals lobby on Monday.
And it's the best time to, because if you can even get close to the top 10 now, you've got so much more breathing room for the last 2 games. If it comes down to game 7 or 8 and you're still looking for those points, you're dealing with a whole lot of mental pressure as now, and Asuras have relieved so much of that. And I'll be honest, despite the fact they didn't get the win, so have Team Diverge. But we saw a lot of what we've been calling today unforced errors in this game. Stormpoint has definitely been a different beast, and not all teams are adapting equally.
Yeah, absolutely not. And it's also a series of unfortunate events in some instances with how teams called that zone, because I think everyone was pretty much expecting it to shape out right over towards that lake house, right? And it ended up pulling clear, which was brutal for so many teams. A big boon for the catcher teams, but even then, Team Diverge doing their job, taking all of that space, right, holding what was basically a choke and a low ground relative to the high ground team on Stormcatcher, and they made it work for I think a lot longer than people would have given them credit for.
I can't believe Retzi stuck the res in zone as well. He still won that 1v1 and almost took out Bursty. It was maybe an extra second that he would have won that, and Rise might have just kept being on top. Now, with the way that the game played out, the Sausage Sorcerers also played a really fabulous one, being able to control the low ground for as long as they did, and Team Diverge, this is one of those unforced errors we were talking about, what could have been a much bigger game for them, ends up with just a second place finish.
Yeah, AJ there, I think, was just very hungry for it. I mean, it's hard to stop that too. You know, you're in that situation where you know that top 2 really is all that you feel that you need to cement your spot in that top 10, so you take it. It does end up working out. They don't get the win, but did they really need it? I guess ultimately we're going to get to look at the overall leaderboard, but for the time being, Asura is finally getting a win up on the board, though it's only 16 points, and it feels weird to say that, right? Only 16 points for a win. I mean, it's not terrible by any means, but after what we've seen the likes of Rise put up, it's hard to say, though. We do see Rise in 9th place, only 6 points, so maybe the train is finally slowing down.
It's about dang time. I'm glad that they've become mortal again, at least for the past couple of games, but like you say, Asuras with those 16 points are sort of hedging their bets as to whether they make the top 10 or not. We find out now, moving on up to 8th, it is a Sausage Sorcerer-esque game. As actually, speaking of Sausage Sorcerers, they've alley-ooped Cozy.
Yeah, by 1 point. So that was definitely a performance that was much needed for peace of mind. I think even though they leapfrog Cozy, Cozy is still very happy with their position for the time being. And now we can sort of start to make some assumptions about the teams that are pretty dang close to being safe. Team Diverge, even without the win, they're sitting on 41 points to seal off that top 5 for now. And they are just under 20 points clear of 10th place Void.
Yeah, this is
and
real
Asuras
tight.
and Blackhand and No Name.
This is real tight for the teams like actually Asuras, Blackhand, and Void with No Name, Drug Free, and TKS all coming up behind him. Smiley and KSP. Let's see. I mean, we start off with Blackhand. We go down to Ranch on Spaghetti. The difference between these teams is just 4 points.
I mean, if you delete Rise from this leaderboard, this would arguably be one of the tightest races that I think I've ever gotten to see in a leaderboard. Like, even if Rise wasn't there, Saucer Sorcerers and Cozy, they're your leaders, but not even the biggest margin by any means from, we'll say, a slept on. Even TSS can find a big game here, but I think the writing is starting to be imprinted upon the wall of what might be the end of the Pro League qualifier run for some of these teams.
That's true. We are sending 10 teams home, and we're doing that in just 2 games.
Yeah, not much left. So when we come back after this short break, we will have the second half of our Storm Point games. Game number 7. Don't go anywhere. You don't want to miss it.
I got that lasagna fueling me, and oh, Mello, may I add a topping of Apex Legends passion as we jump into games 7 and 8. These are, as we mentioned before the break, the last 2 games. If you, as a team in the bottom 10, want to continue your season into the finals on Monday.
What a delicious morsel we are experiencing here. All I got is cold pizza, so I'll take what I can get. But we did learn a couple of things from that last game, most notably Team Rise Nation can certainly bleed. They bled out pretty early there, outside of the top 5, even outside of the top 8, in fact. But it means little to a lot of the other squads that we've already seen in the middle of the leaderboard. If we can take a look one last time at that leaderboard before we roll into that game, the middle of the pack is definitely full of exciting teams. We mentioned Void briefly, but I think Void definitely has the capacity to find a big game here. Really, that can be said for any of these squads. Even Team Smiley, who, as we've mentioned throughout this journey, it's like they have their foot on the gas, and then they just run into a brick wall. It's really rough to see, and I think it's starting to slip away from them a little bit on Stormpoint specifically.
Yeah, they've been doing just enough to stay in the top 10 for, 5 games so far, but the 6th was just a little too much. And though it's only a 2-point differential between them and theoretical qualification, that can grow during the course of the next 2 games, and Team Smiley need to show us why they made it to Pro League in the first place and what they've actually accumulated in terms of knowledge, skills, mechanically during their time there, because otherwise they're not going to be making it back, and we'll be saying goodbye to yet another squad that a lot of people had high expectations for even going into the opening of the season.
Yeah, and Drug Free right above them, really in that exact same boat where, unfortunately for them, the expectations are very high. I'm sure a lot of fans were disappointed by the Pro League performance and want to see these teams succeed. And this is where it starts, right? You have 2 more opportunities, 2 more Stormpoint matches to try and rack up those points and also keep the other squads that are fighting just as hard for getting those points themselves. So we'll be dropping into game number 7, the penultimate game of the Split 2 Pro League qualifier losers bracket.
That's what I'm saying. I love that word. You brought up series of unfortunate events. You hit me with the word penultimate. I can tell you're a man of literature, Mello, and it's really shining through as we jump into these last games. The research on the teams has been on point. The reads on the maps have been on point. You just got to do it 2 more times before we hit that perfect record. I am blown away. No one's in Barometer. No one's in Shipfall. No one's in Gale Station. What did the south of the map do to anyone?
And Rise has dropped on Team Diverge. So that's certainly something. Another contest over here towards Mills is actually going to be slept on, who had a rough go at this contest, I believe, if I remember correctly, in that winner's bracket. So they are back here, and they are back with Revenant and Catalyst. I'm gonna say that again for y'all. Revenant and Catalyst?
We're going somewhere. I don't know where we're going. I wanted to say that we're going like hyper defensive, but then I was like, well, it is Revan. I don't know what to make of the squad. And on the other hand, Black Hand have gone with the caustic. So evidently, all the strats that we've built up through Challenger Circuit for both of these teams, no matter where they be coming from, are kind of out the window, because the gloves are off after 6 games. The last 2 here, even though both these teams have kept themselves in the top 10, clearly their time to party.
Oh, man, and the party really is going down on Down Beast right now. As multiple knocks we can see there in the kill feed. And that's actually a really bad look for Team Diverge, because we've talked about how they needed that game to be decently safe. I think they're still going to be in that safe range at this point, but 2 games, I don't know. If Rise falls early enough, there might be just enough KP on the map. You never know. We'll have to play this one out. Yet another contest very early, and this is going to be between Void and the other squad that's, I think, playing spoiler on their POI. I think this is a chow from them. Oh, that's tough. Borton getting solo. Does manage to get a sell-off, but I don't think it's enough to survive this one. Sliding off the building with just his knock left to fight with, and Void looking for the disengage.
This has got to be it. There goes the knock onto one. Washi might be able to stick this res depending on the follow-up, but hey, we got the peek onto No Name, and we know it's not possible. No Name sitting in 11th right now. They want to take that top 10 by force. And they do just that with the singular couple kills that they were able to grab. They've pushed themselves up into 9th in the standings and now have got to hold on to it for the remainder. Blackhand not going to be able to, and Team Smiley eliminated as well.
Wow, is that like the most insane caster curse ever? I think the 3 teams we talk about immediately die. That's crazy. And this is part of the strategy of lobbies like this, right? You know who's right above you? Got to take him out. Going the Rise route here. Sausage Sorcerers also involved in an early engagement here on one of the Nomic pods. They're doing pretty well for themselves right now, but Zainu does end up getting fully crabbed. Does has the enemy on flesh, though, and they wipe Team Psycho from the face of Stormpoint.
The Wiener Wizards find yet another way to succeed, but now they've got to conjure up yet another win. Shield swaps onto white in the face of a Revenant push. This terrifies me, and Cozy are giving us that look at what it means when they decide to turn up the heat.
Oh, and is that just a disrespect there, knowing they're gonna get sent back? Yo, that is some other level of taunt there. An entire character just for enhanced taunt. There is gonna be a knock and a crack in return, but this is looking a little bit closer than I think Cozy expected. That's one member down, might actually get fully thirsted, and only Vizay's left fully healed.
Cozy
not
in
even
trouble right now. Vizay manages to sweep around the side. Sosei's healing up, but the Sausage Sorcerers do come back over the top. They get finished off as Tech, the last one to go down, is taken out at the hands of Sosei. Cozy barely making that work.
A beautiful Super Glizzy to send off Sausage Sorcerers on their way in 17th place. Team Vengeance now looking for some KP of their own, and I think those last two games, Dia, they're going to be the wild, wild west, because nothing is disallowed here. You can scrap for points however you dang well please, and so being aggressive, challenging spots on teams that are right above you, that is perfectly valid. Everything's fair in love and war, and in this case, Apex.
It certainly is the best of both. Team Diverge taken down. We're in the top 15, and the pace of game is rocketing. We are just at the point where Zone 1 is wrapping up its close, and we've already lost a quarter of our squad. This is a totally different look from what we had last game, and the pace that has been so slow, so methodical for all these teams going through the 6 is now out the window. We're seeing compositional changes. We're seeing W key tape downs. It is illegal plays in the last 2 games to try and figure out what ways you can cement yourself in the top 10 or desperation get there.
Yeah, this war definitely changed by quite a long shot. We get to see Slept on there showing the power of the Catalyst for rotating, but unfortunately for them, they're going to be rotating onto the World's Edge World Eaters, to be quite frank with you. They're rotating straight into the waiting hands of Rise, who's far from zone. They were in the process of eliminating Team Diverge just a few moments ago, and we saw that challenge on down B. So this might be where these two squads clash, and Slept On needs these points desperately to secure their spot. They have a good amount, but they are definitely not safe quite yet.
We've got Revenant ready. We've got the jump, I believe, on this low ground. Slept On should be able to pull the trigger really effectively once they sense that there's enough space, once this other team has committed themselves far enough out into the open. But for right now, it's defensive play, and Slept On, if they are spotted, are almost daring you to come to them.
Yeah, this is not a team that would be very fun to push, though. They did already commit that Catalyst ultimate, so they don't really have the tools at their disposal to protect themselves from either third parties or just very long sight lines on the western edge of the zone. So actually opting for rotating in the other direction, which means Rise will not be engaged on there. We see the map very empty, notably empty in comparison to some of the other games that we've played so far. But like we said, Storm Point, the volatility just goes through the roof.
We are playing Apex Legends on hard mode right now. Like, zone volatility is truly difficult to play with, and even in a pull like this, it's hard to tell where exactly you want to be ending up. Ranch on Spaghetti get taken down as Cozy fight for their tournament lives, sitting in second right now. They've still got to make it through this game. Oi Senpai going to be the last one standing, and Slept On are starting to come down into what should be the most powerful buildings in the subsequent zones.
These guys thought they were so clever. They had the one Revenant on the map. Nope, you're wrong. You're getting pushed in and eliminated potentially by the only other Revenant squad on the map. There's the full break on the door. It looks like they might have gotten a res off, and Sung actually going down. Psycho getting fully cracked. They're still trying to find the damage, but those knockdown shields are way too powerful. 2 members still up for Cozy. They're going to set up that Black Veil to try and cut this off even further and avoid those third parties.
That's a good nade.
Cozy's defended for the time being. Trying to find the damage with the Prowler, but the ultimate is there from the Horizon. Instantly broken. No nades added to the party either.
How are they winning this, though? Cozy have managed to make this close. Oi Senpai almost gets the bat off, but instead he gets climbed on, and then subsequently both teams are instantly eliminated. Rise heard the noise, and they walked on over to join the party. That's 2 more squads out. Top 12, and Rise still maintain control.
This zone not dissimilar from the zone that Rise cleaned up their first Challenger Circuit win, or their only Challenger Circuit win on. Actually ended up finding a team right next to this cannon. So maybe a little bit of a run back for the nostalgia here that they might be looking for, though. A couple of other squads are still on the prowl for points. The middle of the pack, however, has largely just been decimated by early fights.
Yeah, not anything you can really do through this mid game when teams are taking these big risks. If you're trying to play a slower game, you're going to get run over 99% of the time, and it's that difficulty that we talked about in Division 2 Apex of trying to figure out where the rest of the lobby is at and playing to their style. Rise determining so much of the meta in this preseason qualifier losers bracket right now.
And AMV, another squad that maybe I'll give them a boon. You know what squad we haven't talked about a whole lot so far in the series? AMV. They've been notably silent. They haven't had the most success. 18 points currently rolling into the last quarter of this qualifier losers bracket, and now they have the potential to pick up 3 KP if they can defend from this push up. Arcology, though, getting instantly deleted by Retzi. The push from Rise is huge. Miles going to be the next one to fall, surely, but TKS is there for the third party, and Rise is eliminated.
That is a massive change-up. TKS arriving just in the nick of time to be able to rid the lobby of its demons. Now pushing up to the gravity cannon has to be their next task. They've got plenty of ways to do it, running that ultra-aggressive composition of the Horizon, Valkyrie, and Seer. And now they've got the confidence as well. All reloaded shield swaps ready to go. TKS take the grav cannon, and now can look at their next rotations with plenty of safety between them and the other squads.
And that's huge. 24 points means they've just edged out the other squads that were gatekeeping the top 10. Blackhand, Void. I think they've all been skipped now, and this is a whole different game without Rise in the lobby. Like, truthfully, that is just a game changer of monumental proportions.
Vengeance getting shot at through the ceiling. Don't even stop to look. Instead, slide on through with the Peacekeeper and instantly turn it into the Horizon ult. Fast-paced is right. Dalton gonna get fried on the way out by a double swing and leaving it all up to Paps, who is just on flesh. Peacekeeper in hand. This could be the win for Vengeance. The clutch up is real, but it's not happening today as they get shut down by the Asuras.
Asuras getting that Storm Point buff in a big way, pushing down a team that is terrifying in a 3v3 scenario. Vengeance now getting eliminated, and look at all of those squads, Dia, 12th through 16th, that are still on the map, and you bet are hungrier than ever, seeing what squads have been wiped from the map. This could be any one of those teams' games. This could be their time to skip forward and only have one game left to jump onto the finals on Monday.
I'm a big fan of this arc, especially for teams like Risen Rose and Drug Free, who are sitting in the next zone. Risen Rose especially with a very nice position around the outside of the island. KSP don't look like they're going to be making it as they're sent on from above, and TSS wrap up their work, picking up this res, and hopefully resetting before the third party. Let me remind you, pace of game is high, and losing a single member can set you back massively.
especially with the teams that are left here. I mean, you can just imagine the calls, the comms must be absolutely wild from these teams. Everyone wants to shred a piece of what is open season right now with so many teams. In fact, the entirety of the top 6 on our overall leaderboard are all dead, thanks to the awesome live scoreboard we get to see over there on the right side of your screen. That is a huge game changer. Buff Pathfinder sitting on 3 reds, going to try and maximize this value. They are close to the lowest team currently in points left alive, and they need those points desperately right now.
A bonkers amount of shield swaps for them as well. If Buff Pathfinder get pushed and lose, FF. For real. This is the most defensible position on the map right now by effective HP alone. And the worry for me, the Buff Pathfinder are going to have to move. This isn't inside of the subsequent zone, and the island is a difficult push to make, and they're going to have to do so without their safety blankets.
Azura's trying to clean up the edge of the zone instead of trying to play for the center. They want these kills. They want that security, and they're going to wipe out. It looks like that rat from Risen Rose or AMV. Oh, it's the AMV one. There's still one on the map, but Azura's clears that side out and actually have a very decent spot to play. They have a good amount of high ground relative to the other teams that are left. Risen Rose is looking from across the way in front of them, but all in all, 8 squads left for this zone. Not too shabby, not too tight, and certainly an opportunity for Azura's to pick up another win here.
It's them looking down their barrels at Risen Rose on this low ground just off to the north. We do have that rat you were talking about. Voider being kept in the game by Washi alone and being able to avoid any focus, say, from other teams like, say, Drug Free or Risen Rose is going to be capital to their success, as they are only 1 point away from making it into the top 10 this game. 8 squads, and as soon as you go down to 6, you get so many more placement points to work with, points that can easily put you into those top 10.
Drug Free fighting for the return to the Pro League, fighting for even the next step of that journey. Meanwhile, Risen Rose at the bottom of the leaderboard, fighting to leave that spot far, far behind them, but their chances are not looking great. They will get absolutely demolished on that side of the map by none other than the squad we were looking at previously. Azura's continues to take down squads, continues to rack up KP, and continues to try and cement their place in that top 10.
And I love the position that Risen Rose has, or had, but as has been their curse so often today, they weren't proactive enough to actually make use of it, and now have only 1 game, 1 chance left to keep this from being the end of the season, and it's going to have to be a banger of a game. We're looking at almost 30 points as being the cutoff, and for right now, Drug Free, sitting in the center, do have one heck of a defensive position to use, as multiple squads landing right next door to each other have TKS in a melee fight within chewing distance of each other. Turns does throw out that nade and instantly disengage towards Azura's, begging them for help, hoping that they'll cover him, and it's simply not going to happen. Turns is getting laser beam from the other side, but now he's got a rock for cover, and a fight's breaking out on the high ground.
It's actually going to be one member that's going to be Blurs falling on the side of TKS, or TSS, excuse me. MK player on Team Pathfinder, showing just how good that R301 is from range. TSS is fully wiped off the face of the map, but Pubsky ends up going down in a trade as well, and suddenly Buff Pathfinder has cycled into one of the best positions in this ring. They aren't in zone, but they have some degree of position and pressure. They're going to find their way forward. They're going to push. They want these boxes. Nice. They want these kills. That's the knock on to Gyozi and the full thirst for the swap, but MNK player goes down in the process.
They lose one. Got to reset off of this, and you've got the safety to do it. These missiles from above simply don't matter. You got to get your third back into the game. Plenty of shield swaps around here, and Dracos is going to go for the res. Still full covered as 5 squads are left. 2 of them rat teams that are still alive. TKS and Void have 1 member left in the game.
Oh, this is going from bad to worse for some of the squads that were really praying for all of that KP to come their way, for all those placement points. Drug Free still in this game has a lot to prove, no doubt. So do all of these squads. It's been a long journey just to get here, and they don't want to fall short now. TKS falling short in this game in particular. 4 squads left as this next round closes, and it's not even the last.
Still 1 point separating Void from the top 10. The way that these points have gone out has made it so difficult for them to stay in that move. As teams keep alley-ooping themselves, putting themselves into the top 10, taking that spot away from Void, but you've still got 1 member left. Drug-Free aren't even looking in their direction. Remember, no seer on Drug-Free, so coexisting with them is absolutely possible. And it's time for them to start taking to the forefront right now. Drug-Free are the focus of attention for a lot of these squads, especially Buff Pathfinder on this island.
And it looks like the push actually came to shove for the teams that are chilling on these boxes, trying to hold their position. Thalas going down. The MK player on Buff Pathfinder also going down. All of these members extremely low, down to 30 HP. Are the chances for Buff Pathfinder to find a latter half of this final ring, and Drugfee finds the swing.
This is it. This is the perfect finish for Drug-Free to be able to push themselves up to the conversation. Void make top 10 as well off that game as Asuras get taken out and Drug-Free finish off the last rat. What a play from Void to stay alive for that long, and what a needed game for Drug-Free.
A rodent and a dream was all it took for Void to skip into that top 10, but sadly for them, it is far from over, because that whole end game and really the whole latter half of that game was dominated and populated by teams in the middle of the pack. Meanwhile, the top of the crop were all dead so early. There were so many points to be gifted throughout, and unfortunately for a lot of these squads, they were very evenly distributed.
We've kept raising that floor now, the cutoff for top 10, and now it is sitting around that 30-point mark. It should be around 35 by the time we next hit Storm Point, and that'll be for the last time. I want to take a look back at game number 7, because the fact that we were missing so many really powerful squads gave us a very different series of endgame plays that did seem, I will say, a little bit more disjointed.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think the team composition is definitely a little bit more disjointed. The pushes a little bit more disjointed. And you talked about this before, so now is, I think, a good time as any to bring it back up. The fatigue that these players must be experiencing. Because keep in mind, for half of this lobby, this isn't their 7th game, their 3rd game on Storm Point. They are about to come up on 16 games played today. That is brutal. And they are not easy lobbies. They are very difficult lobbies where you need to bring your A game. That is incredibly taxing, and for some squads it's really starting to show here.
This is looking, well, like the games are, like you say, getting a little bit sloppier, and it's hard to tell. I even want to attribute it to both sides, of both fatigue and the fact that we're coming up on the last games. It's not just I'm tired, it's also I'm panicking. I might not get to play. I might not get to make Pro League, despite how far I've come to make it here. And for those Pro League teams, it gets even scarier, having had their dream in hand and maybe seeing it slip away just now. This endgame fight was wild, though, and I gotta give props to Asuras. Credit where it is due, making top 3 off the back of their first win just last game. This team has truly come online at just the right moment.
Yeah, Storm Point seems to have been the buff that they needed, making quick work of a lot of the squads as they cleared their rotates on the way to those end games. They didn't end up taking it down, but they did take down 10 people on their way to a top 3 finish. 17 points, even though Drug-Free takes the cake for first place. Void coming up on 9 points off of a rat play. That is huge. You can't discount how critical that is for where Void was sitting on the leaderboard.
It's a great position to be in right now. It's pushed them just into that, I believe, top 10. Or at least it should have. Let's take a look at the overall leaderboards. And no! They're still tied! They're right there!
That's brutal. And what's even more brutal is that there are 10 teams within shooting distance at this point of the top 10. Risen Rose here wins next game, gets 3 kills. They make it. They're probably in. Ranch on Spaghetti, same exact thing. And that's the bottom. That is the absolute floor of our leaderboard right now. That game 7, might have been enough to completely rewrite the script on who had a chance here and who is going home.
I've got to give a thank you to Rise, because now that they started off the day so dominantly and they've been taking a step back, very considerate of them, for the last couple of games, we do have, like you mentioned earlier, one of the closest lobbies that we've ever gotten the pleasure of seeing in the ALGS. And though it is just a Pro League qualifier losers bracket tournament, to these teams, it means everything. And to 10 teams, this next game will be their last of the season.
And it will be the last game here of the Pro League qualifier losers bracket. Stick around. You don't want to miss this. This is where we find out which teams go home and which teams move on. Our last game of Storm Point coming up.
We're back with what is about to be the last game of the losers bracket here at the ALGS Pro League Qualifiers for split number 2. Dia and Mellowcrit have taken you through 7 games so far. We had Tenrek and Tom earlier taking you through the winners bracket, but this last game, Mellow, decides who we're seeing in the finals on Monday.
Yeah, it really is a great storyline that we got to follow. I told you right at the beginning, right? We have so many things stirring in the pot, and this is the concoction that we're left with here. Such a tight race from top -1 to bottom. is a beautiful thing to see here. A couple of teams that we're pretty sure are pretty safe at this point doesn't need to be said, but Rise, 122 points. Cozy sitting in second place. The Resident Sleepers, right? We talked about how they didn't have any big flashy games. Sitting in second place with 64, and Sausage Sorcerers in the top 3 with 61. Really, anything below the top 6 though is free game still.
I'd extend a little bit of safety down to Drug Free, who after their win do have a bigger buffer than, say teams like TSS and Buff Pathfinder, whose positions are very clearly in trouble. But at this point, with Asuras and Drug Free sitting at points where we're still not sure whether they can take this and fully win, and that's after they've won an individual game. It's clear that we are playing with a totally different lobby, a totally different caliber. And now, if you are one of those teams that's qualified, your thoughts are no longer on today. They are on tomorrow and polishing your game to become the best that it can before you face into the even harder lobby of Winners Bracket.
Yeah, this isn't the end. This is the second step, I guess, for some, the first step for others. But it's been a long journey. It's been months of challenger circuits just to get here. And there are a lot of things that have to go right for a lot of teams. It isn't just having a great game. It isn't just having the ring pull your way. It isn't just getting beacon near your POI. It's also Rise not killing half the lobby. That's also a very important factor here. And it came up in a big way. It wasn't just Rise, mind you. It's 1 through 6 that was taken out at the beginning of game number 7, which just opened up the gates for so many squads to have a shot at picking up a lot of points.
Yeah, it has been, honestly, really varied in results for a lot of teams. It varied in compositions for others, and that sort of, well, we'll say, level of play has been really pushed up specifically here, as we've got average damage dealt by legend, which is not a stat you get to see all the time. Wraith topping the leaderboards, and there's one person you can blame for that.
That's lovely. I mean,
that's pretty cool.
Shout out to Team Diverge. You love to see it. So this reminds me of when the Watson stats were really inflated when they were talking about like pub stats and how Watsons are just crazy. Wraith, the solo Wraith main being held down from Team Diverge. Shout out. That's great to see. That's a great graphic. And same thing with the Caustic. That Caustic is a single Caustic, I believe, that we got to see on World's Edge as well, being held down by, I believe, Sung, if I'm remembering correctly. So great stuff there.
And all these individuals really building themselves up. I'm surprised to see that things like Seer are so low after everything that we've had go on in the losers bracket. Everyone's running Seer. Why are none of my Seers doing damage?
Yeah, it's you gotta wonder sometimes whether they're just the scan crutch. You know, that's what a lot of people want to attribute it to. But ultimately, I think a lot of the fraggers, a lot of the crazy damage dealers end up getting put on some of the other legends. Of course, Wraith being a great example from Team Diverge, but yeah, we get to see a little bit more variability there as well. That's actually a great stat to see. Appreciate it.
We are dropping in. It's the last game of the day, but it's not just that. It is the final game of the season for 10 of these squads. The losers bracket of the Pro League qualifiers ends after this, and it's the beginning of that finale, Mello. We're dropping in, and we're looking for hot drops right now because they abounded last game. Look at Mill. It's empty as a result.
Yeah, the flex dropping here is crazy, and we actually end up seeing Gobble, Clinkbot, and Chow up on the top left. Ranch on Spaghetti. They weren't dropping there. That was previously contested by Team Diverge and Rise. So, I don't know. Maybe everyone just... There's a group chat somewhere we don't know about. They just rolled the dice, spun the Wheel of Fortune, and saw who went where. Drug-free. Definitely not risking their game at this point, though. They need to separate themselves just a touch more to feel safer about their positioning here in the top 10. They were previously just on the outside looking in, but had a big enough couple of games on Storm Point specifically to find their way here. 38 points in the top 10.
As long as you can hang on, grab a few more placement points, your position should be safe. But you'll be running into squads, as so many teams got their teaser of last game, that are not on the same page, that are not about surviving, but are instead about punishing you to the max. And I love the angle coverage from Saucer, who on this crypto is keeping his eyes out for the squad and making sure that they stay safe. As look at the highlights. They can't see this, but we can. There was a team hunting drug-free.
I think they might have seen them drop there. I think they have that information. They're being very cautious at the moment. And I think they might be contending with whether they want to commit with to the IMC, excuse me, or just take that rotate with the car. It looks like the Trident is going to be their selected course of action unless they take it to the IMC and then proceed to do IMC, where they put themselves at risk just a little bit to the likes of Rise. No, it's like they're listening to me and just doing the opposite of what I say. But in any case, Drug-Free hitting the rotation.
This is a really weird play to make, however. The Drug-Free with white shields right now are risking quite a bit, saying, well, I bet no one's looking at us. And having that be the difference maker right now is not something that I'd be too happy about. They almost lose all their shields there and leave Impulse behind. It's disjointed, it is sloppy, and Drug-Free are risking their game, nay, their tournament.
They've just gotten farther away. They're no longer really in a viable Valkyrie spot either, so it's not like they can just ult over here onto checkpoint, I believe, depending on whether they're close enough to that gap in the wall. But even then, if they can get tall enough up on those buildings, there's plenty of LOS from Down Beast and from North Patch. So risky business here, and not getting tons of value from it in particular. So let's just see whether they can play out the rest of this game. Meanwhile, Blackhand on the prowl. I think they're here for maybe a bit of revenge. I don't know if they're just angry, aggressive at this point. They know they need the points. 14th place is not going to get them to Monday, and they get the knock onto Retzi to kick things off.
This is a great start for Blackhand, taking out one of the most powerful teams in the lobby, even if it's just the one member right now, is the biggest of deals for them. As sitting in what is now 13th place, Blackhand need every point to make it into the top 10. This is a squad that so many people at the very beginning of this year's Challenger Circuit, in preseason qualifiers, were saying, this is a Pro League squad. How is it that they're not succeeding? We get all the way to preseason qualifiers for Split 2, and now they have to make it, but from losers finals, what can they do? Vengeance do push up onto the high ground. They're sitting in what is 19th now, needing to push themselves that much further than squads like Blackhand. But it needs to be emphasized how risky of a proposition this is for everyone below the top 10. Approaching a fight could be your last one.
Risen Rose, Ranch on Spaghetti, Vengeance, Team Smiley, AMV, sitting on 21 or 20 points. That is one good game. It's crazy to think how important this game is for all of these squads. Vengeance here, you see that 19th place marker really couldn't mean less when the potential to just steal this game away and steal away that 10th place spot is more than possible for this squad. And this squad has fought out some of the harder teams in this lobby. They have the capability to do it, and they have what seems to be a not terrible, a pretty favorable ring pull. So they could make something work here. Cozy falling early.
Okay, that's surprising. I do believe Cozy should be safe. Taking a look at their standings one more time.
Rise is out.
They are good. Rise getting taken down means that 122 points will be their cap, but who they went down to is going to be a big shift in the what on earth is an Octane doing in my lobby.
Wow, the no holds barred cage match at this point is this last game. AJ looking for the second follow-up kick, but has dealt quite a bit of damage. Nice spray there, finding 57 damage onto the fleeing enemies. They're starting to take up all the angles that they need. That's going to be Sung going down. Team Diverge, kings of this hill for the time being. They're starting to get looked at from the other side, though, so they have to slow their roll just a touch. They're pretty safe here, though, so they're content with just picking up that kill and holding their position in Antenna.
Team Divergence slept on right next to each other in the standings. The Blackhand roster we spoke of earlier, they've peeked their heads out a bit too far, and Void want to cut them off. Out goes the smoke, a nice shot through all of that. does not end up impacting the overall game, but does keep Void in the driver's seat over by Wall, I suppose. They got plenty of time to craft, and perhaps this is the approach for a lot of teams. Playing more passive, sitting in zone for a little while, and letting other squads fall so that you can accumulate the 1-2 points that could be the difference.
Oh man, and I'm starting to sweat here just thinking about how many, every squad that we've panned to has the potential to make or break their game, their tournament life with one play. Absolutely ridiculous scenario we find ourselves on, slept on, getting taken out in 6th place, I believe, sitting in 41 points at the moment, so relatively safe. As you mentioned earlier, they've managed to separate themselves a little bit just above drug-free. And what we're really seeing the fight for right now, 9th and 10th place, TSS and Buff Pathfinder respectively after Game 7.
Not the end of the world for these rosters. Anyone who has dropped can afford it. And it means that we're getting rid of, really nicely, all the top teams again, and leaving ourselves in the situation where it does come down to a super close end game. I'm appreciating the way the ring's pulling, as well as it will be giving us yet another different finish. And right in the center of it, Team Vengeance, who currently, I believe, are sat, yes, outside the top 10 at 18th right now. If they can win a game in their own zone at home, it's an easy jump up to the top 10 for them.
They're going to need it. Asurus not as hungry for points at this point. They've had just enough success so far on Storm Point to stamp what is likely their pass onto Monday, onto those finals, onto the real battle where we get to be rejoined with teams like Team Intel, who showed just fantastic play throughout all of the winners bracket. Many other teams that are too numerous to name at this point. Just that lobby, I can't wait to see what that's going to look like. But we have just a couple of ring closes left here, standing between when we find out who those squads are and unfortunately which squads will fall short.
Yeah, as we had painted the picture of earlier, when you do get to winners bracket, it is a different beast because the quality of lobby, the type of players that you have is going to change drastically from those fighting a little bit desperately to keep on going, who have perhaps not performed as well during the Challenger Circuit season. You've got really consistent squads that have ended up in winners, and Ranch on Spaghetti want to be one of those teams. 20th place right now. It is looking abysmal for them, but there is still a chance with one good big breakout game. Sausage Sorcerers looking for a few kills right now. Should be able to find them.
Spears is seeing a little bit of deja vu here. I feel like we've seen this place before. Sausage Sorcerers taking up this spot just to the south of Stormcatcher. And actually getting pushed on. Watson swinging through the fences, but they weren't hers by any means. Team Psycho, in the blink of an eye, getting destroyed by Sausage Sorcerers.
Yeah, Dig, my king. I don't know what to make of a move like that. However, I will say, Dig being the last member didn't have that much left to go for. And Team Psycho still very safe, as we've now eliminated 3 of the top 5 squads so far. Only Sausage Sorcerers and Team Diverge from those top 5 still left standing.
It's like they made a gentleman somewhere. I don't really know, but it seems like the top teams are just making way for the chaos that is going to be this upcoming end game. 16 squads left. Sausage Sorcerers actually only picked up 1 kill. Good point. They're not exactly wiping a full squad, but they have decent control over this area as well. Starting to walk their way forward, starting to try and find the last bit of intel that they need to have a solid end game. Playing the heady on these rocks, not too shabby, and they have a charge rifle to work with. So they're going to continue to deal damage, pressure teams, and look at that zone pull, Dia. Great calls there from Sausage Sorcerers.
This is a really solid position. I didn't expect them to be as on point with the zone read as they were, but Now that Sausage Sorcerers have themselves there, it's not exactly an easy position to hold on to either. There are going to be a lot of teams that are coming through from the north and sieging up on that. At the same time, you can receive a lot of attention from Launchpad. And the one saving grace for Sausage Sorcerers here is that Vengeance don't have anyone coexisting with them. Counter to the expectations that we've set throughout this entire series, Zone is not the place to be during our last 2 games. You want to be on edge and you want to be fighting because everyone else is too.
There's a couple of zones that are very characteristic of that fact, right? Where if you're there too early, even with the most defensive composition on paper, you're not going to be able to hold it out and oftentimes end up profiting much more if you swing in from the edges. If you get a couple of kills, you actually get to evo up your shields a little bit more. It can be a lot more beneficial. This might be one of those zones. Both of the squads in the middle there have no real reason to take any crazy fights or really leave their position at all. But on the flip side, quite the opposite. Risen Rose here does have the Valk ultimate, but there's not a lot of space to play. You don't want to get there too early. This could be, Dia, their make or break fight to keep their tournament dream alive.
18th place, man. I can't even imagine the pressure that Risen Rose are under. The heart attack as you find yourself fired on from an angle you weren't tracking already. No Name are putting the screws to them, and they've got just as much right to 13th. So close to qualifying. They've been right on the cusp for making it into those finals all day, and yet they can't seem to find those kills at the right time. We're into the top 15. Yes, they're collecting placements, but it's not enough right now.
No Name sitting on what has been largely the staple composition since Furia whipped it out at Champs last year. Will they use it to get aggressive here to clear out that north side to ensure themselves a scrap of additional safety at the cost of Risen Rose being eliminated? Looks like they're not the only squad joining this party as Blackhand finding a knock onto Risen Rose first.
This is a crucial time for Blackhand. Again, trying to live up to the story, the pace that everyone else has set for them. Voltic is low behind these blue shields. A strong breeze would take him down, but Yasto's feeling a little bit more confident on this Bangalore, finding the big flank, the Giga Shad flank for 106 opening damage. Arcstar's going to cause a problem, but right behind this rock, Yasto survives the majority of it, whips out the car for the close range fight, and Blackhand are all grouped up, but unfortunately, that's exactly where No Name need them to be. There is no space left for Blackhand to exist, and they're going to be taken out through the smoke. Blackhand are down, and Blackhand will be eliminated. Their season is over.
We're sitting in 9th place, actually collecting 7 kills, Dia, so there is some crazy mathematical possibilities somewhere, but yes, we will see the staples of the NA Challenger Series go down far too early in their last game, and the battle continues. Team Diverge fighting on the southwest edge of the ring. Very low on flesh are one of their members, GS Bird, but AJ and Sleepy Panda plenty healthy, and it looks like they really only have 1 or 2 members left to pick on up. Risen Rose also wiped off the map. They will say goodbye to the Challenger Circuit, to the Pro League qualifier in, I believe, somewhere close to 19th or 20th place, unfortunately for them.
It's not within touching distance of the top 10. And while Team Diverge keep on pushing forward, keep on dialing in their playstyle for the finals, it's going to come at the cost of the teams surrounding them. Some great damage from AJ, does not finish the kill, but TSS get taken out by his teammates. Team Diverge now getting pushed on, however, haven't had the time to reset, don't have the opportunity to pop bat, may very well be going out to Asuras here.
TKS joining the party of members that are knocked out completely of the tournament. Team Diverge is eliminated by Asuras. Asuras not really needing the points here, but maybe trying to go out with a big dub to seal their fate to move on to those finals on Monday. Now we see the leaderboard is looking like a piano there a little bit. We see that right at the top still is Sausage Sorcerers, healthy, 3 members up. We still have Drug Free with 1 rat left. Same thing with No Name.
But Black Hand are sitting 1 point in above the squad in 11th. They are dead, and they need every team below them to die subsequently. There is no clean way to extract from this, but there is a world where Black Hand do make it into the finals despite having gone down early. Look at that differential.
But look at the squads that are sitting in that position. Team Buff Pathfinder, certainly capable of making it happen. Smile and Vengeance, both a ways out, but look at the positioning from Vengeance. They have the possibilities before them. Can they convert? Doing the damage for now. Paps from range with the 2-4 Havoc. Quickly running out of ammo, though, and they are going to have to move as early as next ring, Dia.
I'm looking up. I'm seeing where these guys are at, because there is no way for this to go in any path but Nightmare and Buff Pathfinder getting taken out. There is... Yeah, you're hoping as Black Hand. If you're a fan of them, you got to cheer for the most specific end game condition. And right now, with the amount of squads that have fallen so early on, we are taking a big step back. There's just not enough space for everyone to actually be forced to fight. So we're just poking at each other during this mid game, and it's giving Asuras time to set up shop in what looks like a great spot in zone.
And it's actually not just Black Hand, it's TSS, both sitting on 35. They need the teams below them to die, and they need to die in a specific order, Dia.
No Name going to be one of those squads that is still looking for their own qualification path. Their look at the ALGS Pro League. Asura's playing things slow, but in comes that ring right now. We've already seen Sausage Sorcerers on the northern side of this zone. They should have an excellent position, but in comes a squad from the sky, and it shouldn't be the only one. Asura's prepare for that landing as Arcology and Void fly in, and AMV could be taken out. They're in 15th place right now, and that Valkyrie could be the last one they take.
And I don't... now is the worst time to be forgetting how the point distribution works. Team Smiley going out early means that Buff Pathfinder is now tied with TSS and Black Hand in points, and it will go down to a tiebreaker. But more teams continue to fall. We see Tech and the rest of Sausage Sorcerers suffering heavy casualties. That's going to be No Name going out, and AMV going out as well. Drug Free getting eliminated swiftly after. And just like that, Buff Pathfinder has managed to sneak their way into the top 10. Can they hold it? Vengeance still has the possibility to dethrone TSS. And now all of these squads are just praying for this to go their way.
Vengeance is still looking for that angle in. They've got it in their pocket as long as they can win this game. Buff Pathfinder won't be putting up too much of a fight. There's a two-person squad trapped along the outside, already low. They don't have a whole lot of options, but with 4 teams left, Vengeance have to not just win, but collect kills along the way.
3 up for Sausage Sorcerers, 3 up for Asuras, and 3 up for Vengeance. As you said, Buff Pathfinder not exactly going to put up the biggest fight, but their positioning is far from terrible, and it looks like Buff Pathfinder is looking for the swing here. That's actually going to be a Source. They're sliding in. Buff Pathfinder's taken out.
Vengeance jumps up a spot as well. 31 points now. Sausage Sorcerers and Asuras, they want to win the game, but Vengeance just want to keep the dream alive. Asuras are fully unleashed to go for Vengeance, and they take them out, shutting down their dreams of Pro League. And as Asuras and Sausage Sorcerers fight things out for the very end of the game, both can celebrate because they will be going on to the finals on Monday.
This is just a formality at this point, but we do have to crown a Game 8 winner. Azura is not really in striking distance of that second place to dethrone the squad in front of them, and Sausage Sorcerers will win the last game of the losers bracket for the Pro League Qualifiers split number 2, and it is with massive heartbreak that we see so many fantastic squads just mere placements, just a couple mere kills off the mark to move on to Monday.
Yeah, it was going, well, it was going tough for both these squads, but as we approached the end game, we did see a really nice story emerge. Well, Asuras and Sausage Sorcerers got to fight out against each other. One of those two teams was going to be the only one outside of Rise to pick up a double on the day. And Sausage Sorcerers picking up 2 wins can already go into tomorrow with a lot of confidence. I had my doubts about them as we started the day, but they have really pulled it back towards the tail end and given me a lot of hope for their games on Monday that I'm sure are going to be very fun to watch, because looking at this losers bracket, it did not disappoint.
Not by any means. And I mean, I gotta wonder what the teams from winners bracket are thinking right now after seeing what Rise did to this lobby and really the emergence of some of the other squads that had a slow start. Sausage Sorcerers, they needed one big win to kick things off, and after that, they kept the ball rolling, man. They looked really good. They were consistently in a lot of those end games, falling a little bit short on some of those matches, but ultimately cleaning up pretty nicely there to top out at second place. And it's just, really just waking up right when they needed to on Storm Point. That sounds like it's going to be their map where they're going to look to rack up those points on their way to that match point. Great stuff from them and great stuff from so many of the squads in the top 10.
And match point's going to test all of our teams, because coming from winners, we've already seen what fatigue looks like, and even without the context of winners bracket being in previous 8 games, we saw it happen to teams that were starting off in losers bracket. 8 games is a lot, and we can absolutely hit that level when we get into match point on Monday. Sausage Sorcerers, a very well-deserved 21-point finish, and Asuras coming up with the 19 points that they needed to push themselves that much further and really send it home that it wasn't just a couple fluke games, that Asuras do in fact have what it takes, especially on Storm Point. Now, Vengeance, fallen a little bit short of the mark, but still with a very respectable finish, can look forward to next season of the Challenger Circuit for their opportunity to qualify.
It's really important to recognize how truly impressive every single performance in these matches is, Dio. Even if overall you fell out of the top 10 in the overall scoreboard, even finding a top 3 in any of these lobbies, extremely hyper competitive lobbies, especially a little bit earlier in the matches, I mean, just goes to show the caliber of talent that is an NA Challenger Circuit. But without further ado, Dia, let's take a look at what our finals lobby is going to shape out to be on a Monday at 5 p.m. PST match point format.
After so much strife to be in that top 9-10, that 8th through 14th spot really did come down to the wire. A big congratulations to teams like Rise, Sausage Sorcerers, Cozy, Asuras, Team Diverge, Psycho, Drug Free, Slept On, Buff Pathfinder, and TSS, who we will all be seeing in the finals of the Pro League qualifiers on Monday. But it's unfortunate, Mello, because we've got to say goodbye to so much other talent.
Yeah, I think the one name that stands out starker and darker than most here is Black Hand. Mm-hmm. Not even a point short here. The staple, one of the stand-ins, you always expect them in these finals lobbies in every Challenger Circuit. Just one, and truly even out of their control there at the end, falling early and having just enough teams below them clutch it up and find their way into the top 10, though they're certainly not the only teams that we're hurting to say goodbye to, as there's former Pro League teams in the stack as well.
Yeah, and that's the very scary thing, from going from competing in Pro League to not even qualifying for the finals, is the story that a lot of teams have had to face at least the threat of now becoming a reality. And as we go forwards into the finals, we will still be facing down that same story that not everyone who makes it there, in fact, most teams that make it into this finals lobby, will not be exiting it. We are looking for only the top 8. And right now, this on your screen right now is the stacked lobby that we're going to be witnessing on Monday evening.
And we will have forward seeded points, as you'll notice there. So teams that manage to fight their way through the winners bracket will be rewarded for their performances, though. As we've seen today, Dia, those margins are slim. And this really only comes up on match point format because that jump forward can be really significant if your team finds some early success and just has to play out the rest of the games for a win. Bots in first place out of that winners bracket will start with a whopping 10 points, which is nothing to scoff at, though. After what we saw Rise do, it kind of gets in that territory a little bit.
Yeah, I was going to say, keep your eyes on Rise. They despite the fact that they were extraordinarily quiet on Storm Point, wasn't really a remarkable performance from them. We could not shut up about this squad because of how dominant they were in the first 4 games, and that's going to catch a lot of teams off guard when we do pop over to World's Edge. Those teams that are in the winners bracket that qualified that don't watch this VOD have no idea what's coming for them at 5 p.m. Pacific on Monday night.
Yeah, I am absolutely ecstatic to get this thing rolling. If we can take a look at some of the squads at the top, we already shouted out Bots, but I'm actually really curious to know what Team Intel looks like in terms of those placement stats, because Cozy, I think for me, and actually really for anyone watching, was sort of that team that had those like spicy placement points that we don't really get to see unless you really bring them up, right? That's like really critical. That's another team that I think has that really high placement point balance. And of course, a lot of the different aggressive teams that know how to fight, teams like Deadass that largely got their challenger circuit points through raw aggression, taking down teams on their way to big point wins. So, I mean, the pedigrees here for certain there we get to see. Average placement is actually 7th. So even then, so many other squads in the field in general that are able to play zone incredibly well. That's a little bit surprising. That's your second place finisher in winners bracket, and you see they're on the left. No, really, just one top 3 stat, and that's damage dealt.
I got a lot of eggs in a lot of baskets going into tomorrow, and I like, it's just one of those curses of being a challenger circuit commentator. You get to make so many favorite teams, and then you have to watch them die, and it's really rough. But it's the reality of Apex Legends. There can so often only be one victor, and honestly, I'm just thankful that when we get to Monday, there are going to be at least 8 that we send forward.
At least 8, and yeah, those 8, it's going to be hard fought and well earned. We can tell you that now, because Dia, you're into your 24th game today of bringing us some fantastic Apex Legends commentary. Shout out to the champ Dia for making it through today. It was on EMEA earlier. But without further ado, y'all, that's going to be it from us. Shout out to the production crew. Shout out to all of the observers, operators, game directors, everything that goes into the show that makes our jobs infinitely easier and makes the players' experiences so awesome to watch on screen. Shout out to that whole crew. But Dia, any final thoughts before we send them off?
I'd like to give a shout out to Mellowcrit for being a killer duo in these 8 games. It's been a banger day, and I'm really excited to see how the Pro League qualifiers do shake out in the subsequent days. Enjoy Super Bowl tomorrow for all of you North American sports people. I won't have any idea what's happening, but I believe your team will win.
Hey, yeah, I would love to hear it. You have Dia's blessing on your insert team here. But yeah, make sure everyone, if you enjoyed these games, if you enjoyed Winners Bracket, which I'm sure you did with our wonderful casters, Tenric and Tom, if you missed that, definitely go watch the VODs because they were fantastic as well. Monday, 5 p.m. PST, twitch.tv/torchprod. Be there. And also tweet at us. Let us know, who are your favorite teams going into this final. Match point format means that one guaranteed slot off of that big win, but also 7 other slots going forward. So lots of storylines to be followed, lots of fantastic Apex to watch. You do not want to miss it. We will see you all there. Thanks for watching, and we'll catch you on Monday.